We are live on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? Good to have you with us as we get you ready for a Tuesday show. We're jam-packed on this Tuesday. So much happening. NBA draft lottery last night. That was a wild NBA draft lottery. It was really a weird situation where they kind of told you the Sixers have lost their pick. No, the Sixers have their pick. And the Sixers jump into the third spot. And thankfully, they kept that pick. They needed to keep that pick. And if they didn't keep that pick, it would have been disastrous. But they get it. They're number 3. The problem with 3 is there's no definitive answer on what to do with the third pick in the draft. So we'll dive into all the possibilities. We've got all that. We've also got the Phillies lose last night, and the Eagles have dropped another game. They've now got 4 games on the schedule that have been released, and none of them happen to be on a Sunday, which is kind of interesting. We'll start with the draft, though, because for one night only, the Sixers got something to go their way, right? For one night only this season, in a season that was an absolute disaster, the worst season in franchise history, in my opinion, they finally got something to go their way. Not fully their way, but go their way. Getting the number 3 overall pick is a huge win for the team. The alternative was possibly getting 6 or 5 or 4 or being out of the lottery altogether. And by landing the number 3 pick, at least they have an opportunity to get themselves another player and add them to the mix. And there's a lot that can be discussed about this. By the way, if you're watching on the YouTube stream, I have no idea what's going on with the with the way the video is showing us today, but I'm trying to figure it out. We'll try to work with it a little bit here, but apparently I'm just in a square box. That being said, the Sixers needed to get this pick to give them now a lot of, in the words of Gabe Kapler, a lot of optionality. The next question is, what do you do with the pick? 1, do you draft a guy at number 3? Okay, if you do draft a guy at number 3, who is that guy? There are so many different options with the third pick. I don't think, the third pick is always that pick that it's like, that's the one guy where there's no definitive answer. Number 1 is Cooper Flagg. Number 2 is Dylan Harper. Who's number 3? I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what you do at number 3. Like today, last night when they got the third pick, after the whole Kevin Nagandi thing, with him saying the Sixers have lost the pick, and then he said, no, they actually have the pick still. After all that got somewhat figured out, I'm thinking, wow, they have the third pick. This is good. This is good, right? And then I said, well, who do you even take at number 3? I'm not the biggest Ace Bailey guy. And I know if you look at mock drafts, ESPN.com, I look at that and say, okay, they go Ace Bailey. I'm not the biggest Ace Bailey guy for a couple of reasons, one of which is I don't know. Forget the fact, okay, remember when Ben Simmons came out and a lot of narrative, and Markelle Fultz too, by the way. One of the narratives about both of those guys was neither player got their team to an NCAA tournament. And it was like, how do you be a lottery pick, number 1 overall pick, and you can't get your team to the tournament? Forget that. Like, that didn't bother me with Ben Simmons. It didn't bother me with Markelle Fultz. Those two guys were just such really good players, and their teams were not very good. The thing that bothers me a little bit about it in this situation is I get it if you're the only player on the team. Rutgers had 2 players on the team that are going in the top 5 and couldn't make the tournament. Does that not perplex you a little bit? Like, even if it doesn't bother me not to draft, I would draft Dylan Harper if he was number 3. I would draft him. He would be the guy I would take if he was there at number 3. But it does have to make you wonder a little bit, like, what happened to these guys? How could they not, right? How could they not have got the team to an NCAA tournament? You have 2 top 5 picks on the team. It's almost incomprehensible. And people are like, well, the coach was horrible. They didn't know what to do with these guys. You have 2 lottery picks on your team. Give me a team in college history that had 2 lottery picks on it and didn't make the tournament. I mean, Rutgers, are you that pathetic that you could not find 3 other guys with a heartbeat to help that team get to the... And even if you could find 3 other guys with a heartbeat, the 2 guys that are lottery picks couldn't get that team into the tournament? That does bother me a little bit with the fact that there was 2. If it was just 1, right? If it was just 1, then I think it would be different. I think it would be different if it's just 1 guy that didn't get him to the tournament. But the fact that it's 2 guys on the same team, that is perplexing to me. That is perplexing to me. I think if you break it down, the first guy that you have to look at is Ace Bailey, okay? Ace Bailey is I don't even know what his height is. They're saying he's 6'10". Now they're saying he's 6'7". He's a long, lengthy wing. There's a lot of offense in there. There's a defense, a wing defender that is a long guy. He's got like an 8-foot wingspan. You would have another wing on this team that could be an athletic guy on the wing. He can shoot, but he's not a great shooter. There's not a great shooter unless you want Kneppel. If you want Kneppel from Duke, he would be the guy, but are you drafting him at number 3? That's another question. There's so many guys. Like, I like Trey Johnson from Texas. That would be the guy that I would like. But are you going to take him at number 3? Is that a trade back scenario? Then all the other situations come in. You have 3. Would you trade 3 for an established player? Do you trade 3 with a Tyrese Maxey and try to get a better player, an established player? Would you trade 3 and Maxey to try to move up to go get Cooper Flagg? I've heard that thing thrown out there. So there are so many scenarios that have kind of come down the flagpole here. What do you guys think? When you heard they had the 3rd pick last night, your initial reaction was what? 609-403-0973. Eric's watching on the YouTube channel. Outside of Bailey, Harper, I don't think a lot of these guys are impacted. If you don't want them, you go Kneppel. Yeah, Kneppel's a guy that you take him at 3, though, Eric. You take him at 3. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. To say, I'm going to go with him at 3. I mean, that's one that seems like you could move back and go get there. Edgecombe from Baylor. He's another guy. Doesn't shoot it all that well. I don't know that I want to bring in a guy in this NBA. And by the way, Bailey's not a great three-point shooter. He's a good three-point shooter, but he's not like, he's like 34, 35% at college. I mean, you get guys that shoot 40% in college, and then they come in the league and they're not even that. So you're asking now. I know that Bailey does have a good catch and shoot. He's better when he's defended than he is open. I don't know if that scares you off a little bit. The guy gets open looks and he's not that good. He's got a guy in his face. He's better. So I don't know. I'm really torn. Bailey's not my favorite guy here. Bailey is not my favorite guy at 3. Is he the best? I like Trey Johnson from Texas. My first thought was if you get 6, you probably could get Trey Johnson. That's who I've been fixated on through this whole process because I figured the Sixers would get the 6th spot. And then when they moved into the top 3, that really threw a lot of curveballs at me.
2 questions for you, Mike. One is, does the fact that Maxey was not a good college three-point shooter give you hope that maybe if you draft a guy like Bailey, he can maybe develop that better?
Yeah, I mean, listen, just because you're not a great three-point shooter in college, I think Bailey does have a good form, good stroke, good catch and shoot. I mean, he looks like a guy that can be worked with and get better.
Because remember, that's what Morey said about Maxey when they asked him, hey, you drafted a guy who can't shoot threes. He's like, well, he has the right mechanics. We just got to work with him.
Yeah, I think Bailey has a better mechanic and better shot than Edgecombe does. The other guys that I have some interest in, listen, I'm not I Maryland basketball, I usually don't like to avoid guys from Maryland. I do like Derek Queen. I wouldn't take him at 3, though. I think that's a little high.
That's very high.
He does intrigue me. He's big. I think he's athletic. I think he can pass. I think he is a 6'10 guy that has a lot of tools. He's not a wing guard, though. And the Sixers, do they need another wing guard? You've got McCain. You've got Maxey. I know that they want to bring back Quentin Grimes. Do you need to bring in another guard? There's so much here. And look, the draft isn't for over a month. So there will be a lot of possibilities that get popped up on this radar. By the way, Kevin Pelton, ESPN, he'll break down all the possible picks at pick number 3 tonight at 5:30.
My other question comes in is, do you trade down if you're the Sixers? Do you start saying, hey, the guys that we really like, we'd be willing to move down to 4, 5, 6, 7 and get one of the guys that you're talking about?
I would be intrigued by moving down. I really would. What am I getting? What am I getting to move down? That intrigues me a bunch because I like the players in the 6, 7 range more than I like the player at 3. I would take Trey Johnson at 6. I would take him if he was there at 7.
Right.
I would take Knipple if he was there at 6 or 7. So, yes, if I could go back and get a player and go back, I think that's almost the way to go.
Because I'm with you. I love Trey Johnson, and I like Queen. But they're both guys that you can't fully rationalize picking at 3rd overall the way this draft is currently set up.
609-403-0973. Glenn from Northsdale says, if we trade down to the 7th position, do we lose the pick?
No,
you now own the pick. You can
own
do
the
it.
pick,
That's a clever question, though. He's saying if the pick fell outside. Now that you have the pick, you can do whatever you want.
Correct. You own the pick now for sure. There's no more worrying.
My first thought was great. Another thing to get our expectations and hope up just to be let down next year. That's on the text board. I want to say this respond to that one, to that texter who didn't leave his name, but to mysterious text guy. Here's some number 3 overall picks. Bradley Beal. These are just in the last 20 years. Bradley Beal, Joel Embiid, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Luka Doncic, LaMelo Ball, Evan Mobley. I mean, that's just some off the top of my head.
And by the way, you know who else was a 3rd overall pick was James Harden. Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you might not love James Harden, but getting him 3rd overall says something. There's been a lot of guys at the 3rd overall pick.
I just gave you a bunch.
Well.
I mean, if you ended up, I could make a team out of that. I got Luka and Ball in the backcourt. I got Brown and Tatum as my wings. I got Embiid. I got Beal coming off the bench. I got Mobley coming off the. I mean, that's an all. Now you've had some crash and burns like Jahlil Okafor. The Sixers have had the 3rd pick 4 times. Can you name the 4 picks
aside from Okafor and Embiid?
Mm-hmm. Well, there's 2.
Are we counting?
There's
Markelle
4
Fultz?
total.
We're not counting Markelle Fultz because they traded
The last
up.
time I checked, Markelle Fultz went number 1 overall.
But they had the 3rd pick, and then they traded up. So
Yep.
I wasn't sure if you were including that.
The Sixers have selected 3rd 4 times. Embiid, Okafor, and 2 others.
Is this all time?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I was curious about. Let me see here.
This could be a Stump the Sports Geek question tomorrow.
It could, actually.
The other guy I know instantaneously, I think the 4th one you won't get.
Was Stackhouse the 3rd?
Stackhouse was the 3rd pick.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was kind of like juggling on my head there.
Does anybody want to help Josh out? Does anybody know?
So the
I think
4th
I
one.
could give you the year and you won't get it.
Okay, I don't want you to give me the year yet, but really quick, my what was that show? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? My Ask a Friend was this before?
Am I that
Stackhouse?
friend?
You're my friend today. Is before Stackhouse was drafted?
No, yes, before Stackhouse was
Okay,
drafted.
so we're going back further than Stack.
Stackhouse was 95.
Okay, so this is earlier than 95. Oh, boy. Sixers had some
Can I give you a hint? Do you want the hint?
Sure, why not?
The pick was made and traded.
So they drafted the player.
They made the pick.
And they immediately traded it.
And then they traded him.
Was this part of the Barkley deal?
It was not.
Okay, it's another deal.
This guy was selected by the Sixers.
Right.
And then traded away for a player that's one of my favorite players in the history of the Sixers.
That's a very random factoid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness. Was this favorite player that guy that comes off the bench that you mentioned every time the gym lined him?
Ron Anderson.
Yeah,
No,
Ron Anderson.
But he played on those teams.
He played on this team.
He was on the Ron Anderson era Sixers. So you're getting a time frame.
I'm getting a time frame
of where this pick was.
Would this be the infamous Charles Shackelford?
Charles Shackelford is not the right answer. I don't think the Sixers drafted Charles Shackelford. I think they actually signed him as a free agent because that's the famous Charles Barkley said, I asked for Shaq,
why I thought
and they got me Charles Shackelford. I think they signed him as a free agent. I don't think they actually drafted him. The answer, somebody actually got it on the board, the text board. Charles Smith was the answer. He got drafted by the Sixers and then traded to the Clippers for Hersey Hawkins.
Oh, Hawkins. That's who we got.
Hersey Hawkins out of, do you know the college?
I can tell you more about the teams he played for in his NBA career than his college.
Hersey Hawkins went to Bradley.
Didn't know that. I could have told you that he played for the Supersonics and the Sixers and the Charlotte Hornets.
By the way, Phil and Brigantine throws in a guy who got drafted 3rd overall that we've overlooked. A guy named Michael Jordan.
Oh, he's pretty good.
See, what happens is a lot of times the 3rd pick is always the player that gets overlooked. Right. Because it's like there's the one guy. And in a lot of drafts, there is a number 1 player. Like the consensus number 1. Now, of course, the last time the Sixers picked number 1 when they took Fultz, that was one of the few drafts where Fultz was kind of the consensus number 1 pick, but it wasn't like 85%. It was kind of like 75%.
But that was also Colangelo really wanted Fultz, and he gave up the farm to go to get number 1.
Yeah, but my point is generally there's a player that is kind of the consensus number 1. Fultz was kind of the consensus, but not an overwhelming consensus, like maybe 75-25, where normally, like Cooper Flagg this year, it's like 98%. There might be couple randos that say, oh, I think that Harper's going to be the better player. You know, Zion, he was the consensus number 1. There were some people like me that felt that he was not going to be the number 1 impactful player that you ended up getting
But you understood New Orleans had to draft him because of the box office value, even though he might not be the best player long term.
Yeah. Could that be a situation here where Cooper Flagg is the consensus number 1, Harper is the number 2 that you got to take, but the 3rd player gets so overlooked and then it becomes the better player of the group?
I mean, it's certainly possible. I mean, I go back in my mind, 2003 when LeBron was drafted. Number 3 was Carmelo Anthony. I think 4 was Bosh and 5 was Wade. So, and you can make an argument that, Wade had a better career than Carmelo, even though LeBron was obviously the number 1 overall player.
And Darko went 2. He was a bust.
Yeah, he went to Detroit.
By the way, on the text board, guys, Ace Bailey is the best player in waiting. Just needs to grow into his body. Can play all 5 positions. Best overall skill set in the draft. I would take him 2nd. The Sixers will regret passing on him. He was forced as a 17-year-old to carry a Big Ten team. He didn't have seniors who could play around him like Flagg. He will be worth the price of admission alone. Now, that's interesting that he's saying that he had to carry that team. He did have Harper on the team, who's actually going to get picked ahead of him.
Right. And
so I don't know that he had to carry him all by himself, but I do see what you're saying. Look, Ace Bailey coming into Rutgers was a more ballyhooed prospect. In fact, he is the highest-rated prospect that Rutgers has ever signed. I think you can make a strong argument that Harper was the better player.
Harper was
He's more polished than Bailey was.
He's more polished because of who his father is and all that stuff. So, and that, and also the fact that...
And his brother plays in the league, so he does have a little lineage
true.
there. Where's his brother? He was in Detroit. Where's he now?
I think he might still be in Detroit. Let me check.
But he does have the father, the brother, And I always liked that where the dad played and he was a good player. The dad, Harper, Ron Harper, was a solid, very good player. The brother, Ron Harper Jr., he's okay. There's where I think the younger brother turns into maybe the superstar.
Yeah, he's still in Detroit, Harper Jr.
That's where I think in this situation, if I can get Harper, that's the guy I would want.
Yeah, I mean, you have to like the pedigree. You have to appreciate the fact that, and I'm not saying he is this guy, but there is a little bit of that Jalen Brunson element to him where he already has a maturity coming out of college.
And he's 6'6".
And he's a bigger body, yes.
Whereas Brunson, the knock on him was he was smaller. And by the way, the Knicks are going to win that series now. I mean, it looks like Tatum's probably done. I was watching that game late. It's a good game. And then Tatum, and I don't think the Knicks were going to lose that game anyway, but Tatum going out, that series is over.
That's the gut punch. That's the gut punch that puts you on the mat and you're wondering about when to get up off the mat.
Yep. Unfortunately and I hate to see that with Tatum. It really sucks that he gets
third
hurt.
overall pick, by the way.
He was a third overall pick. So was Jaylen Brown. Tim in Summers Point adds this. Mike, if the guys that are available at pick 3 or reach them, logically the guys that are at 6 and 7 are good enough to be in the free spot, 3 spot. I see what you're saying. Like, there's not a home. Like, I think Ace Bailey's ceiling is higher than Knipple.
Yes.
I think his ceiling is similar, though, to Trey Johnson.
See, I love
Trey Johnson, to me, he was one of the most impressive freshman prospects, scoring, shooting it, like his size. Bailey, I think, probably had more preseason adulation.
Yes. See, I love Trey Johnson because I think he does something that this team desperately needs, Mike. He can create his own shot. He doesn't need
and he can shoot
other people to help get him said shot. He can say, give me the ball. I can create for myself. He doesn't need to set up and wait for somebody to come to him. And I think that's part of the problem with, no offense to Embiid at times, but, I think Embiid's biggest weakness is that he is not a guy who can create his own offense consistently.
All right, I see some messages coming in on the YouTube channel. I see you guys out there on the text board. Which player should the Sixers target? Give me your favorite player at number 3. Should the Sixers keep that pick or should they trade it? It's our poll question at 973 ESPN. You can go and vote on that. There's so much going on right now. I have so many things I want to try to fit in today, including the Eagles. 4 games now have been released. 1 came out this morning, and there's a little conspiracy around that one I want to dive into. Andrew Painter, we now know when he'll pitch again and how many pitches and where they want to get him to. That's coming up. The Sixers get the number 3 pick. That, to me, is maybe the biggest story of the night. And the Phillies lose to the Cardinals. We got all that coming up and more. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
it's an opportunity to have a long-term building block for, again, you've got Tyrese Maxey, and then you got a bunch of older players, and now you've got a chance to add a potential long-term stud with. I mean, they could trade for Giannis too now. I mean, it puts a lot of things in play. Having that pick, gives Daryl Morey optionality to do a lot of different stuff. So I would guess the odds are they make a draft pick, but doesn't mean they will.
Tim Bontemps threw out something there that was interesting. Well, they can make a trade for Giannis now. They have the 3rd pick of the draft. They could use that pick and go get an established player, or they can keep the pick and trade, and add to the roster they already have. But as Kendrick Perkins says, there is a lot of pressure now, squarely on Daryl Morey's shoulders.
Daryl Morey is on the clock, in my opinion. Like, you have Joel Embiid, who I believe is not going to be healthy for the rest of his career. You have a young superstar in Tyrese Maxey. Now you have the number 3 pick. You have Paul George. What are you going to do with this number 3 pick? Are you going to actually draft a player, or are you going to move and try to move some pieces to build? Because we all know this, and you know this, Kev.
Yeah.
This is about championships.
Is it a fait accompli that they make this pick? Do we think the Sixers are 100% going into this thinking we are making this pick? Because as Brian Windhorst says, they got bailed out by getting this pick here.
Talk about a bailout for the Sixers and a jump up. And the big salaries they have, having a rookie scale contract would be very valuable there.
Yeah, I mean, they got bailed out by this. They had the worst season, 59 losses. They end up getting the 3rd pick in the draft here. This is a huge win for them. But now the question is, many people thought that Daryl Morey didn't deserve to be back in Philadelphia. Well, now, not only is he back, he has a plethora of weapons to try to use to improve this team. And do we trust that Daryl Morey is the right guy? I certainly do. I love Morey having the assets, the pick. I think Morey now is cooking up something. I think he's a great guy in this scenario. Why? He has proven that he can hit on draft picks. Maxey, McCain. I think Adem Bona is a nice find from him. He's won trades. Quentin Grimes. That's a great addition. Grimes last year, I didn't even realize this. And I think Grimes might end up starting for this team next year. Grimes averaged 21 points a game last year. Now, he's not going to score 21 points a game with Joel Embiid and Paul George and Maxey if everybody's healthy. But you have Maxey and McCain and Grimes. I think Morey has done a really good job on the edges, finding some complementary players. He said in many interviews that he has done, Daryl Morey, he wants to get younger and he wants to get more athletic. Well, look at the team's rotation right now. You get Maxey back. Maxey's in his 20s. McCain, early 20s. Grimes, early 20s. Bona, early 20s. Whoever this pick might be, you're looking at a roster now that went from having Kyle Lowry and Eric Gordon and Andre Drummond and a bunch of older guys to now all of a sudden being a lot more athletic and a lot younger. And I think that having Morey as the guy to push these buttons, you guys should be excited about this. Not complaining that Morey's back. You should say, this is where this guy does his best work. This is where the guy does his best work, when he has assets, he has decisions, he can make a pick. Because when he has drafted a player, they have generally turned into NBA talent. Morey has done a good job of finding guys at pick 16, at pick 21, in the second round. So I think it is a high probability that he will knock it out of the park if he makes the 3rd pick here. But if he elects to trade that pick, it's only because he's getting a player that can impact the roster immediately. 609-573-3776.
For you, Mike, when you think about knowing what you describe about Morey, do you think there is a player that he might want to target more than others, or do you think he will take the Howie Roseman?
No, well, I heard him say this morning, he was on an interview this morning, he said he will take the best player available. It doesn't matter if they have a log jam.
Okay.
Like, if the best player available is a guard, he will take the guard. Like, he will not say, hey, we already have Maxey and McCain. Let's take Derek Queen.
Well, it's a good thing because I think that one of the issues we've seen in NBA history is when teams draft for need. Remember, the Blazers, why did they take Sam Bowie? Because Sam Bowie was a big man. They needed a big man. They passed on to Jordan.
Yeah, times have changed. I mean, back then you drafted for need. Now, the world we live in, there's no positional basketball. You just draft a guy and say, everybody's out there playing.
Right,
it's a lot different world where
Sixers could have stayed at 3 overall and gotten Tatum maybe.
Yeah, but they looked at Fultz as the better player. And so did everybody else except for Boston. So you give Boston all the credit for saying, no, we like Tatum more than Fultz, but they were one of very few teams that liked Tatum better than Fultz. I mean, look, Go back to the Sam Hinkie teams. They just kept drafting big men, Noel, Okafor, Embiid. Now, you might say that was a bad decision. They just kept taking the best player available and said, listen, we'll take the best guy that's on the board at this time. Right. Doesn't matter what position they play. Now, looking back on that, Noel turned out to be a mediocre player. Okafor is not even in the league anymore. And Embiid turned out to be, an MVP. So if they didn't take Embiid because they already had Okafor, that would be a mistake, right?
Well, Okafor came after Embiid.
That's right. He was 14. Okafor was 15. Well, if they didn't take Embiid because they already had Noel.
Right.
I mean, because they took Noel in 13.
13, 14,
They
15.
took Embiid in 14, so flip the names, okay? We already have Nerlens Noel. I don't need Joel Embiid. No, you take Joel Embiid. He's the best player available.
Although I will say that there was always that hope. I remember sitting here with you here on 97.3 ESPN, and there was a hope that, hey, what if Noel and Embiid can play together? Noel can be that, rebounding rim protector to protect Embiid, not making him have to work so hard. It just didn't work out the way you hoped.
Yeah, I got some people texting in. Drummond and Gordon have player options. You're stuck with them. We talked about this yesterday with Paul Hudrick. That'll actually end up benefiting the Sixers, I think, because as Paul pointed out, and I thought very astutely, they're both making like $8 million a year on one-year deals. They'll be the kind of guys that will be expiring contracts that you could trade at the deadline.
Yeah, and you need expiring contracts every deadline.
Yeah, so I think that will end up helping them instead of hurting them. I mean, I don't think there'll be Oubre too. He's another guy who will probably come back. Oubre will be in the rotation. I don't have a problem with Oubre coming back. Gordon and Drummond, I think they come back at $8 million a year. You use them at the deadline as, hey, we'll give you an expiring contract. So I think it gives them some ammunition at the trade deadline. So, again, it's a good example of, hey, we'll give you the player option. If you opt in, the opt-in gives us an advantage to trade you.
Right, and don't forget, with the way Adem Bona played at the end of last year, Drummond may become more expendable than we may realize at the deadline.
Well, and I think Drummond is basically a non-factor on the team next year. I think that Adem Bona will be the backup 5, more athletic, younger, as they said. I think Eric Gordon, he opted back in, which I was a little surprised by, but the money probably too much. But I thought Paul brought up an interesting point yesterday in that he said Gordon probably opted back in because he feels like this team is going to be pretty good and that his shooting could help this team out a little bit.
And, maybe if Gordon wants to take on that, that more of a veteran role if they do draft someone.
I think and if he has a role with the 12 to 15 minute guy, come in, shoot the ball. If you can hit the 3, if not, you don't have a big role in this team.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, to me, like guys like Gordon and Lowry can have value.
Well, I don't think Lowry's back.
You don't think he's back at all?
No.
Okay, well, still Gordon is
because think about this.
Yeah,
you've got Embiid, right?
Yep.
You got George.
Yep.
You got Maxey.
You got Oubre.
You got McCain. Hold on. You like to always go off script here.
I didn't know there was a script.
Yeah. Well, Oubre's not back yet. Those guys are back and in your rotation. Embiid, George, Maxey, McCain. All right, those 4 are definitively back.
Yes.
Then you have Drummond. You have Gordon and Oubre, who look like they're all going to opt back in. So that's 7 players right there.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Bona, right?
Yep.
They want to bring back Grimes.
Correct. That's 9, right?
Right. You've got Edwards.
Right. He's the guy that they like the fact that they can kind of like use him when they need him.
And I thought he was a really good peripheral player. As a non-drafted player, came in and gave you some really good minutes. You've got Yabusele, who I don't think they're going to be able to sign.
Which is a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame, but I would imagine that he's not in. So you got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You got 10 guys that I count right now. Is there anybody else that I'm forgetting that is signed that will be back here next year? I got 10. What did I say, 10? 1, 2, 3, 4,
10.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got 9, 10. Grimes is not signed, but I think they'll get him back here. So you've got 10 guys that I think will be back here next year. Yabusele will be, if they can get him, and I don't see that happening. The problem with him is he's a unrestricted free agent, and he'll be able to get some money on the market. I don't think the Sixers have the money to bring him back, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They have room for about 5 more guys.
By the way, according to...
Right, you have 15 guys you're allowed on the roster?
15, yeah. According to Spot Track, Ricky Council is still under contract for next year.
And listen, those type of players, that's where I like Morey as well. He finds ways to get rid of those low-paid guys that don't have a role. I think Morey does a really good job. That's where he gets undervalued as well. He's good at figuring out ways to get rid of those guys as well.
Also, Lonnie Walker's under contract for next year.
Lonnie Walker, the 4th. Okay, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was back here because they only have 10 guys that I'm counting. That would be 11. That gives them room to make the pick. That would give them 12. I don't know how many second-round picks they have. Maybe 2? Do they have 2 second-round picks this year? But either way, there's at least 1 more coming. So that gets them up to 13 players. So they still have room for 2 more players to add to this team. Eric's watching on YouTube. Paired with Maxie McCain, I don't think they're going to ask a lot from Bailey. Shoot and catch dunks. See, and I think Keith Pompey talked about this. You can't just ask Bailey to basically sit in a corner and catch and shoot, right? This is Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer said this.
Now, here's the problem with Ace Bailey. I like Ace Bailey a lot. And here's the thing. Ace Bailey needs to be nurtured. He also I think they need to draft him. But what I'm saying is you got to play this guy. You got to put him in positions to succeed, right? If you don't do that, you're going to mess around and have another Markelle Fultz.
Right. He's basically saying you can't baby this guy. You can't just say, hey, here you go. You got to say, listen, I think, like, if you brought in Ace Bailey and you're kind of just – it's almost like the Phillies with Rojas. You almost have to play him. If you don't play him every night, you are not maximizing the value that you're getting from him. But the question is, if you bring back Quentin Grimes – where's all the minutes for Maxie McCain, Grimes, and Bailey? That brings us back down the road of, do you think about possibly trading the pick? But as Keith Pompey explains here, if the Sixers don't plan to make the 3rd overall pick, he says this.
And if Daryl Morey is saying all the stuff that he's saying about, hey, we want Joel Embiid and we want Paul George to be the key pieces. Now, I know he has to say that, but if he actually means that, they might as well just trade down for the pick. Seriously. I mean, you might as well trade down to the 8th pick because you're paying this guy a lot of money to be a 4th option.
That was what Keith Pompey said, something we brought up earlier. Do you think about just trading the pick and moving back and then getting something? What could you get in a scenario like that? There are so many options on the table here. Sports Bash breaking it down. You out there, text board buzzing right now, 609-403-0973. Might trade the pick with Embiid if possible for Giannis. I don't think an Embiid-Giannis switcheroo is happening here. Embiid has to show he's healthy. So I think trading Embiid is probably off the table. He's not going to fetch you much. You know, I talked about this. The Sixers once traded Charles Barkley. They got back Tim Perry, Andrew Lang, and Jeff Hornacek. I think that's more than you would get back in return for Embiid right now. Just saying. All right, coming up, we'll read off more of your texts. Which way would you guys go? With the pick number 3, do you have a favorite player in mind? 609-403-0973. Plus, The Eagles had a fourth game dropped today, and it's another game that's not on a Sunday. I'll explain next on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. 2:51 on a Tuesday. The NBA draft lottery last night has sparked a ton of conversation. You know, the Sixers couldn't just get the number 1 overall pick. It would be flag, no conversation. We're looking at the Eagles and their 4th game that was dropped. Now, did you see what happened with this whole game? Do you know what like everybody was talking about?
I've seen some of the conspiracy theories out there.
Of what?
That basically, they were supposed to get a certain game, but then, someone intervened and got rid of it.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Oh.
The one that I'm talking about is they're playing Green Bay. They're playing Saturday against the Commanders.
Right.
On the 20th. Green Bay is playing the Bears on the 20th.
Right, the doubleheader by Fox.
So everybody last year said the 4 teams that played on the Saturday before Christmas
played on Christmas.
Right.
We talked about this. Me and Ryan did on yesterday.
So that they thought that the Eagles, because they already were playing the Bears on Black Friday, that they were going to be playing the Packers on Christmas Day.
Right.
And the Bears would then be playing the Commanders on Christmas Day.
Correct.
Well, apparently that's not happening. So I don't know what they're going to do with the teams, because last year the teams that played on Saturday also played on Wednesday and played on Christmas. Now this year it's on Thursday.
So you think that might have made a difference?
I don't know. I mean, it's one extra day. I mean, teams that play on Sunday that usually go to Thursday anyway. But this was a perfect possibility then for if they get the Eagles to play on Christmas. Now that doesn't mean the Eagles still won't play on Christmas.
That's true.
There's still that possibility. And I wouldn't be shocked if they did put them on Christmas the way the schedule's going. So far, they have a game on a Monday night, a Thursday night, a Saturday, and a Friday. They do not have a game on a Sunday yet.
Yeah.
Now, that's coming probably tomorrow. And we're going to talk about it on Football at 4 with Adam Caplan a little bit later on today. But they did announce that they are playing the Green Bay Packers on a Monday night, November the 10th. It will be in Week 10. The Eagles will play the Packers. So that is the 4th game that the Eagles now know for their upcoming schedule. So they got Black Friday against the Bears. They've got the Commander game on Saturday, December 20th. They've got the opener against the Cowboys, and now they play Monday night. They're going to get 6. We talked about this with Jeff Kerr yesterday. And so far, I think Kerr's been right. He predicted 6, and so far he's hit 4 of the 6. Now, I don't know. We got to find this out. Does it count as a primetime game if you're on the Black Friday game? Like, in other words, you can only play 6 primetime games, but does the Black Friday game count? Does the Saturday game against the Commanders count?
Well, I know opening night does not count.
And opening night doesn't count. So they could have the 4 games they have. The Green Bay does count. That's a Monday Night Football game. So of the 4 games they have had announced, maybe only one of them count as a primetime game, which means if you like Sunday 1 o'clock games, you're not going to like the schedule this season.
There's going to be a lot of Eagle ticket holders who are not going to be happy with the schedule.
Coming up, Frank Klose has the Phillies mailbag. As the Phillies lose last night, you got a chance to see a guy that the Phillies might have interest in. I'll explain coming up next on the Sports Bash. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash. Tomorrow, Stump the Sports Geek. We'll do another round of that. I don't know what the category is going to be, but we'll have some tickets to give away for tomorrow's Stump the Sports Geek. Josh will do better this time. I'll have to make the questions easier. Coming up at 4 o'clock, it's Football at 4. Adam Caplan's here today. We'll get his take on why the Cowboys got the opening game against Philadelphia. And we will dive into the other 3 games that have been released on the schedule. Adam Caplan, Football at 4. Right now, 97.3 ESPN.com, Phillies insider Frank Klose. He was in Lehigh last week. He got a chance to see Andrew Painter. That is high on my list of things I want to hear from him. He wrote about it at 97.3 ESPN.com. So let's start there. Andrew Painter, we do have some new news on him provided by the manager last night. And let's hear, by the way, tonight's Phillies game has been postponed, and it has been scheduled for tomorrow. It is going to be a split day-night doubleheader tomorrow. That news literally just came out. So tonight's Phillies game has been postponed. It will be made up tomorrow as part of a split day-night doubleheader. The game tomorrow, it looks like it will be a 1:05 game and a 6:15 game tomorrow. All right, Frank. So no game tonight for the Phils. That news just came down. Let's get your assessment on what you saw from Andrew Painter.
Well, I guess the big takeaway I had from him was that he doesn't seem ready to go deep into games yet. Of course, the numbers of pitches he's been allowed to throw has been light. And so he got to the third inning after 2 quick innings. In the third inning, he walked 3. That was the kind of the big, I guess I don't even know if red flag's the right word, right? But he got to the third. He seemed to run out a little bit of gas and lost his location a little bit. But yeah, really smooth first 2 innings. He and Garrett Stubbs seem to be working well together down there at Lehigh Valley. And some strikeouts, including a strikeout of the top prospect in baseball, who plays for the Red Sox. So you got a really nice number 1 prospect versus number 5 prospect matchup down there when he made his debut.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, and then Rob Thompson said yesterday he's gonna pitch on Thursday. What's the parameters? 4 innings, 70, 75, whatever comes first?
Yeah, they seem to pay a lot of attention to getting up and down. So if he kind of breezes through them, they might pull him a little fewer than 70 or 75 pitches. If he kind of breezes through those innings, I mean, we saw the last few games, the Phillies starters were only around 70 pitches in the 6th inning. But I think they want to keep the ups and downs limited a little bit. So I wouldn't be shocked if he went 4. If he gets into a little trouble and throws a bunch more pitches, he might exit sooner. But they really want to handle him with kids' gloves as they kind of prep their way towards 90 or 95 pitches, at which point they'll probably look at bringing him up to Philadelphia.
Yeah, we talked to Bob Wankel on Friday's show. I want to get your opinion on this. He seems to think that the Phillies will call him up before mid-June. In other words, why waste him down there for another 6, 7, 8 starts if those starts can be here? Now, as you're kind of saying, they got to ramp him up to – he's not even at 70 pitches yet. So how long in your head do you see him getting to Philadelphia?
I can see it in about a month. I actually agree with Bob on that one. I think when you're looking at a pitcher who's that quality of an arm, why waste his innings at AAA or any other level of the minor leagues, right? And again, it kind of harkens back to when Cole Hamels came up with the Phillies. He got to the point where he seemed to have the big league arm, so throw the pitches in the major leagues. And I think that's what they're going to do with Painter. There's nothing to be gained by those innings taking place at AAA. And so I think that once he gets up to that 90, 95 pitch mark, then you'll see him, and it could be like a month from now.
I guess the follow-up to that would be, what about Ranger Suarez, who threw 7 innings of really good baseball? If there's no place for Painter to go in the rotation, would that be a reason to keep him down there pitching in the minors? Is it a break glass in case of emergency type of thing, or is he up here when he's ready?
I think he's up here when he's ready. I don't think they're going to put it this way. If there was an injury between now and then, you really hope there's not, but I think Taijuan Walker would step in first, right? So I think Painter's going to be on the Painter schedule, and then all the pieces around him will land accordingly. So I don't think it's a matter of anybody else. I think they think he's got a big league arm. They're kind of ramping him up for the major leagues, and when he's at that point, he's coming up.
All right, Frank Klose, 97.3 ESPN.com. You were there at Lehigh and got a chance to see him up close and personal. He's a big dude, 96, 98. He's in there. But that curveball, is that to you his signature out pitch at this level?
Yeah, in fact, talking about his velocity for a second, he was very regularly sitting about 95, 96. It's actually down a mile an hour or two. But yeah, that curveball is very deceptive to the hitters. So they see his heat, and then they see the curveball. They kind of look the same coming out of the hand, and they just can't tell which is which. So batters have to guess, and sometimes when they guess, they look really bad. So kind of overwhelming the minor league hitters. So another reason why I think he's coming up really soon.
All right, Frank, the mailbag is open. If people want to text in right now, 609-403-0973. Let's go to Chris, who asked the question. I think this question is going to start coming up a little bit more now as this season continues on here, if it continues to go in this direction. And Chris wants to know, Rafael Marchand is hitting .087 so far. It's been a small sample size. But is it time to bring Garrett Stubbs back up and risk losing Marchand?
I would say no. As you just said, this is a small sample size for Marchand. Only has 7 starts so far behind the plate. And this is a new thing for Marchand. Every level he's played, he's been playing almost every day. This year, this is his first time in a backup role. I'm sure he needs to acclimate to that a little bit. I'm not sure that there is a big enough sample size to show that he is not going to cut it as a major league backup catcher. So I think you need to give him some more time from that angle. And the other thing too is I think they really want to have Garrett Stubbs with Andrew Painter as long as he's at AAA. And as we just said, that's at least another month if all things go well. And I don't think they want to mess that up just yet. Now, down the line, if we see continual struggles from Marchand, and then if you see continual good play from Stubbs. Stubbs, by the way, he's hitting like a major leaguer down at AAA. He's batting .308 and has a couple of home runs and 22 RBI. In fact, I saw him drive in a couple of runs on Thursday. But so Stubbs is playing every day. His bat's working. But to your point about cutting Marchand loose, the Phillies had to go with Marchand. They didn't have to, but they sort of had to go with Marchand this year because he had no minor league options remaining. Garrett Stubbs had 1 minor league option remaining, and the Phillies needed that catching depth. And, the Phillies have no real catching prospect ready to come up and take the reins should anything happen to any one of the catchers, and it's really hard to go through a season with just 2 catchers. So you need somebody at AAA that can come up and help you, and then this was the arrangement that just kind of had to work out. Now, Eduardo Tate, who was mentioned in your article today, one of the Phillies' top prospects. He's only 18 years old, so he's not ready to come up just yet. So I think for them to remove Marchand, they'd have to work out a situation where they'd maybe trade him to somebody that needs him now and get a catcher back in return. But there's just not a lot of catching in Major League Baseball right now. It's one of the positions that they're really short on because most of the players that can hit move to other positions so that they can hit in the major leagues. So
yeah, I know you mentioned Tate. He's 18 years old. So we're talking about organizational depth. He's 4 years away, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, he's gonna be a while. So I think the Phillies will try to get some extra catching depth whenever possible. When they made that Luzardo trade this offseason, they got the Marlins to give them a catcher too, who's kind of the backup catcher at AAA. They need inventory, and I'm thinking of just off the top of my head, Casey Jansen, who was starting catcher for the Rays. I mean, he probably isn't a starting catcher by normal standards, but he was somebody that got signed as a starting catcher this year just because there's not a lot of depth in the major leagues right now.
Yeah, and I mean, that'll, and we can kind of get into this a little bit, Frank, is the fact that you've got Real Muto as a free agent. I mean, I guess that's going to play in their decision. So Real Muto might have them a little bit here by the you-know-whats there. He says, hey, who else is going to catch if you don't bring me back? And does he ask for more money than you want to give him?
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one, but I would be in favor of bringing JT Realmuto back just because there's no other options out there. If you look at the free agents to be, there's really nobody that's not older or not capable of starting in the major leagues. And so I think it's a situation where they probably would like to have him a couple more years. I think more than the amount of money they give him, they have to worry about the numbers of years he wants because let's face it, that's such a demanding physical position. But and by the way, they haven't been using him at other positions like they said they were going to this year. So,
well, you and I both agree they've been catching him way too much his entire career here.
I agree. I thought that this was the year they were finally going to take it easy a little bit, but they haven't done so far. So I'd rather see him get some more days off or get some games at DH where Kyle Schwarber plays left. Maybe against a lefty or something, you give Max Kepler a day off and put Real Muto at the DH spot. But they just haven't been doing it yet.
No, and it's tough because I don't know that his bat now warrants that he has to be in the lineup on days that he doesn't catch. He's not like a guy you're like, hey, we don't want to lose JT's bat to have him DH those days. So it's almost like if he's not in the lineup, he just doesn't play. That's where he's kind of getting with the bat. I mean, you're hitting him lower in the lineup. He's hitting 250. It's not a guy where he was in his prime where he was a 270 guy with 20 home run pop.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you there. I mean, it would just be for a lack of a backup to come in. But the Phillies have some good backup players. So, I mean, Weston Wilson's given them a lot. So it's almost like you don't need to have that bat in on his days off from behind the plate. But he needs some more days off from behind the plate.
All right, you mentioned Weston Wilson. There's a question on the text board about that. Let's get that question out into the mix here, which is, do you like the line changes of bats that they basically use in these games where they went with Stott, Kepler, and Marsh? I don't know that it really came back to hurt them. Stott faced a lefty later on in the game, but is that something that is sustainable in your mind, basically using these lefties or flipping everybody in the sixth inning of games? Because then you're leaving yourself kind of open to a left-handed pitcher getting your lefties late in games.
Yeah, that's very true. If I think the Phillies though were going for the kill when they had the opportunity. Unfortunately, they did not come through there. Left a couple of those runners on last night, which was not ideal. But I think the plan is, you give the guys that are left-handed their days off when the left-handers are in, and you bring the Wilsons and Sosas in if you're going to face those lefties, because this is the DH era, right, Mike? So you have to get these bench players in sometimes. So I think you have to pick your spots, and they just tend to pick the spots against the tough lefties. Now, you get the tough lefty starter out of the game. Maybe you take your chances against the bullpen, but I think that the moves they made were designed to get those runners on into score. And so if you're going to do that, you're kind of going for it. Then you're not necessarily thinking about who might come into pitch the next time the lineup comes around. So yeah, I think you do what you can to win every night, and players do need the days off, and they seem to be picking their spots for the lefty bats to get their days off against lefty pitchers that are a little tougher.
Frank Klose, 97.3 ESPN.com. His mailbag appears every Tuesday right here on the Sports Bash. Gary and a lot of people, Gary, you're not the only one. Who would you remove from the Phillies rotation to make room for Andrew Painter? We talked about Painter. You think he'll be coming up sooner than later. So who goes?
Well, I hate to get ahead of ourselves here because you never know what's going to happen in a month. Could they pause his ramp up? Could somebody get hurt? You never really know. Rosters always seem to have a way of working themselves out for some reason in Major League Baseball. But when you look at the Philly starters, if you look at the numbers, my gosh, Wheeler, Luzardo, Sanchez, all pitching very well, ERAs in the 2s, right? You're not going to take them out of the rotation. And then that leaves Aaron Nola, who, he's 1-6 and scuffling with a 5+ ERA. Small sample size for this year, but you gave the guy a 7-year deal last year. He's not coming out of the rotation. So the other one seemed to be left there is Ranger Suarez, and who, after his tough first start back, he was basically vintage Ranger last time through. So you don't feel like you want to get Ranger out of the rotation either. But what I might do if I was forced to make a decision, I might have Ranger Suarez and Andrew Painter in a piggyback situation where perhaps Painter starts the game, goes his 4 to 5, and then Suarez comes in to do the rest. Give them a very different look from both sides. The lefty and righty. Maybe that gets you through an entire game without having to go to the rest of the bullpen. What I don't like is the 6-man rotation. I feel like that just makes your bullpen short every night. So if it were me, I might try to piggyback 2 of them because let's face it, there's going to be situations. Of course, I probably jinxed myself by writing the mailbag when I did because there's a rain out today, right? So now you have a double header coming up. and then that's going to affect your rotation down the line, right? So I haven't really thought about it yet. The Phillies have a day off on Thursday, but they're probably in a situation where you're going to need to start Taijuan Walker one of these days coming up, right? So if you have a piggyback going on a regular basis, then maybe you have that 6 starter built in for situations like this.
Yeah, the Phillies, by the way, you're right. They're off on Thursday, so they'll play the doubleheader tomorrow against the Cardinals. So it's no game today, 2 games tomorrow. They're off again on Thursday, and so are the Cardinals. You wonder why not just play on Thursday? But I guess these
players
guys
want
like
their days off.
Right, say these guys like their days off.
By the way, that actually works out well. Maybe they don't need to do anything with the rotation then because the doubleheader is before a day off. So that might work out.
All right, Andrew wants to know, why is Jordan Romano the closer again? Is he the closer again? I guess is even a question that we could throw into the mix.
I think so. I think it's very heavy in people's mind how he started this season, right? He had that 9 ERA in those March games and then another 14 ERA in April, but he has actually calmed down. And to me, the turning point was that game against the Mets where he actually gave up an earned run and the ghost runner and lost. I thought he started to show some signs of improvement there because he was hitting 98 on the radar gun, and he was throwing some really nice pitches and seeming to get some of his command back, although he kind of struggled out of the stretch as he often does. When a runner's on base, you don't have the same windup, just to sort of sum up what that means. And so he seemed to struggle there, but since then he's been pretty good. He has 5 scoreless outings in a row now. And so, I think that he's sort of regained the confidence of Rob Thompson, and he feels better about putting him into those games at the end. And I think we've seen in the last week or so, the games have been setting up the way that he would have wanted them to, where, you get Jose Alvarado maybe against the tough lefties that might be coming through in the 8th inning, and then Romano to get through the 9th. So I think the ultimate goal was to have those two at the back of the game, and they seem to be settling into that. So yeah, he's been looking pretty good. And I think that Mets game kind of was the turning point, even though he lost that game.
All right, James in Upper Township, when do we start to get worried about Bryce Harper? Is that a concern at all?
Maybe we start worrying in 2029. I'm not that worried just yet. Yeah, he signed that massive 13-year deal, so he's got a lot of years left. But it doesn't shock me that he's off to a tough start one of the years. I think that makes sense. But he's the kind of guy who works on it. I just hope it's not getting into his head too much. You may have heard that he shaved his head yesterday. So
yeah, he went all Nick Sirianni and shaved his head, trying to get a little different something.
Well, it worked for Sirianni, so maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work for Harper. But I think he's just getting into his head a little bit too much right now. But he's the type of player that's way too talented. I don't think he just lost anything that you're not going to see again. But yeah, maybe down at the end of toward the end of those 13 years, we start to wonder about his performance. But I think he's just going through a little blip right now. I think he'll come out of it.
What do you make, Frank, of Trey Turner? I mean, he's been a tough one, man. The numbers are excellent if you're a guy, you like a guy hitting for a high average, high on-base percentage. But for $300 million, I think people are saying, hey, where's the power? And then the manager told him not to hit for power. So he's doing his job here. But is this Trey Turner an impactful enough Trey Turner?
I thought he'd be better. I thought he'd be MVP type player when the Phillies signed him, and he's just been a very good player. You need very good players if you're going to win. I think what concerns me most about him is his defense. He just seems to be making a lot of misplays that you might expect, which I think are going to lead to him eventually moving to the outfield. Not yet, but it's a big off-season move.
I would imagine that's not something they do. That's not something they do in the middle of a season.
Definitely not. But maybe that's the situation when, let's say, Nick Castellanos' contract is up and it's time to find another right fielder. I don't know. Do they want to try to put him in center if they don't like? But I doubt they do that because their top prospect, or one of their top prospects, is a center fielder. So I think ultimately he's going to end up in the outfield, which isn't what you want to hear when you signed him to be a defensive whiz up the middle as well as a bat. But he's not been the superstar that you thought that you were getting, that he was in those years leading up to when the Phillies signed him. So I do think that that's a little bit of I won't say it's a concern. I mean, you just have to deal with the fact that he's not the superstar, but still a very good player, and he's going to be around for a while, so they have to play him.
All right, no Phils tonight, by the way. They're going to wrap up the series tomorrow, a day-night doubleheader against the Cardinals. We'll have more on that, of course, on tomorrow's show, the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. If you have a Phillies mailbag question, as always, hit up Frank on the X platform at Frank Klose with a K, Frank Klose with a K, and on the text board 609-403-0973. That's today's edition of the Phillies mailbag. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, there he goes, Frank Klose, everybody. And, of course, you can read his article over at 973ESPN.com. He was in Lehigh to check out his thoughts on Andrew Painter's game on Thursday night. And Painter will throw again on Thursday night. It will be his next start. He will be throwing anywhere between 70 and 75 pitches, so check that out here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and over on our website, 973ESPN.com. I'm Mike Gill. Coming up, we got so much more to dive into today. The Sixers had a big win last night, but now what? We'll get into that. Plus, on the other side, what is one thing about the Eagles' offense that has me a little concerned? That's next. This is the Sports Bash this hour, brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. When we come back, something about the Eagles' offense that has me thinking a little concerned. That's next.
Every offensive coordinator have their own way of calling plays. And so that bears watching. And I think the biggest thing when you talk about a new offensive coordinator is how well they adjust in game. I think that's the biggest thing that we're going to see, how well, from series to series, half to half, how well, the new offensive coordinator will be able to adjust. I think that's going to go a long way to kind of ease and maybe some concerns going into the season on that side of the ball.
That was Damian Woody. He was reading my mind. Everybody's talking about the Eagles' offense. They haven't lost anybody. They did lose one guy. They lost the coordinator, Kellen Moore. On the surface, you're like, Kellen Moore, what did he really do? What did he really add? He added stability. Kevin Pelton I'm not criticizing Pelton. I don't know enough about Pelton to say I like him, I don't like him. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. Kevin Pelton has a passing game coordinator background. That's what he has been. Pelton has been a pass game coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles. He was a wide receiver. He has been the pass game coordinator coach. Is there a possibility that Kevin Pelton is the guy who wants to throw the ball more? Is he the guy that wants to say, hey, I want to throw the ball more than I want to run it? I think if you look at it from that, perspective, I don't think they can run Saquon Barkley 350 times like they did a year ago, right? 340 times or whatever it was, like 325 or 45 times. I don't think they want to run the ball with him that year. But my question has been, do the Eagles need a 2,000-yard rusher again this year for them to be successful? That is something that I'm not 100% sure is, hey, do we have to have a 2,000-yard rusher to be a Super Bowl contending team? Is that something that the Eagles have to make sure that they have again? Hold on, I'm getting a text here. I think Nick Nurse is going to be calling in here in just a second. Let me trying to.
Well, while you do that, Mike, let's hear the other part of what Damian Woody had to say about Pelton being the first-year Eagles offense coordinator. This is from ESPN SportsCenter last night.
New offensive coordinator, Kevin Pelton, we know that I don't think they're going to deviate far from the scheme that Kellen Moore ran, but he is a new offensive coordinator. Seems like almost every year, Jalen Hurts has to deal with a new offensive coordinator. How is the quarterback offensive coordinator relationship is going to be? How is he going to call games? And how are in-game adjustments? Those are things that bears watching as we watch the Philadelphia Eagles this year.
I think that's accurate, by the way, from Woody. That's the one thing I was thinking about that this weekend. Somebody said, what worries you about the Eagles offense? And, they're thinking you're going to say a player, the right guard, any of that stuff. That doesn't necessarily worry me. It's, okay, is Kevin Pelton going to deviate from Saquon Barkley? Does he need to deviate from Saquon Barkley? Do the Eagles want him to deviate from Saquon Barkley? All of those things I think you have to have in the back of your mind. All right, as I just kind of said, and I think I'm trying to do this on the fly as I'm talking, so I'm texting and talking. Don't do that while you're driving. But I'm hosting and texting at the same time here. And so if I sound a little fluttered, it's because my phone is beeping, and I think Nick Nurse is going to call us here in a couple of moments. So keep your eye on the phone. And Sixers head coach Nick Nurse is set to join us in just a couple of minutes, I think, anyway. That's the indication that I'm getting from the team. And you know what's interesting? Daryl Morey has done a lot of interviews here in the last couple days, right? He's been on the Right to Ricky Sanchez podcast. He has done some Philadelphia radio stations. I did ask for Daryl to come on, and Nick Nurse is going to be kind enough to join in. But we haven't heard a lot from Nick. He coached this team this year. And when did he know that this season had just gotten away from him? When did he know that this season was just an absolute lost year? we'll talk to him about that in a couple of minutes here on the Sports Bash Live. I think anyway. That's what I've been told. So sorry if we're just kind of on the fly, kind of switching this around. We had hoped to have him on at some point today. Wasn't sure exactly the time, but it looks like it's going to be here in the next couple of minutes. So stay tuned for that here in the Sports Bash. And I am getting a text that says he is calling now. Okay, so, well, I'm making sure, Josh, check my text again and make sure I gave the right number to them, just to make sure, just because it was kind of far. Is that the right phone number? Mm-hmm. Okay, all right, there you go. Sorry about that. I don't give out the number all that often. I'm not the number giver generally, but but you saw Nick Nurse last night. He was part of that whole table that was kind of sitting there. And they asked him, or they didn't ask him, but this was what was happening. And all of a sudden, the broadcast kind of goes, hey, the Sixers have lost the pick. So I want to ask him, number one, did he know that was happening in that situation? And number two, I do want to find out from him, when did he think this season kind of went awry? When did he think this season kind of got away from them? And then the anticipation of what Nick wants moving forward here, right? What does he kind of see for this team moving forward as a big need? Is it another guard? Does it matter? Is it a big guy? Does he have trust in Joel? These are a lot of things that Nick, as the coach, when you're in it, it is very difficult to kind of assess all of that. You're just coaching night to night. You are kind of just trying to make sure that you get through the season. You are evaluating the players. And, that's what coaches do, right? You have players on your current roster, and you are trying to figure out, which of these guys do I have that can be a part of us moving forward here? In other words, Quentin Grimes. Nick Nurse is coaching the game, and he's saying, is Quentin Grimes a guy that I can use in 2025, 2026? Right? Is Quentin Grimes a guy that I think that can be a part of my rotation? Obviously, he got such a little sample size of Jared McCain. Did he learn enough about McCain that he knows what he wants to do with him moving forward? Because a lot of time when McCain wasn't there, he didn't have Maxey with him. So a lot of questions about that. Daryl Morey has said that the Maxey-McCain duo that he thought might have some problems. And we'll see what he thinks about that. The coach's perspective sometimes could be different from the general manager's perspective. All right, I think we have Nick Nurse on the line. Again, this was kind of on the fly here, so we appreciate everybody kind of hanging as he joins us now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers, Nick Nurse, is here. Coach, welcome. How are you?
I'm doing good. Much better after last night.
Was there a moment where you were freaked out like all the rest of us when the broadcast incorrectly pointed out that you lost the pick?
There was a few moments because I did hear that, and I was trying to look at the board and figure out how that could be, and me and Elton Brand both were like, "Wait a minute, we're out? No, we're not out." Huh? And then by the time we were getting there, we were back in. He corrected himself, so it was a little wild though, a little bit of a wild night in the NBA in general, and that just added to it.
It was
for us.
I figure with Daryl sitting at that table, he's a numbers guy. He probably said, "No, they're wrong." Did he know instantaneously they were wrong?
He was not buying that line that he I'm not sure he heard it because he was kind of doing all his calculations while the picks were going, and but Elton Brand and I heard it for sure, and Daryl was like, "Oh, I did kind of hear it, but I knew it wasn't right, so I didn't really." He said he didn't really react to it. So there you go.
Well, Coach, you are coaching the team and obviously going through a really rough year. He is running the team. At what point of this season did you as the coach realize this is just not going our way, and you turn into maybe like evaluation mode of, hey, what guys can help me moving forward here?
Yeah, I don't know the exact, pinpoint of when it was, but rough general, the trade deadline comes and goes, and we make another little run to get some guys back healthy, and we just started losing more guys, and Joel didn't, decided he wasn't going to play the rest of the year, and Tyrese got hurt. At that point, you were kind of like, this is not our year. It just isn't. And then it was really quickly move into, let's get these other guys evaluated and let's get them out there and let's see if we can build them and develop them and see what happens.
Through that evaluation, did you find guys that surprised you that you might now think are a part of moving forward?
I think we did. Yeah, I think that we certainly had a great chance to evaluate them. Like, I don't think this chance would have presented itself for Bona, Justin Edwards. Obviously, we got a pretty decent quick look at McCain early. Quentin Grimes got a great chance to develop and evaluate himself as well. So I think we certainly found those three guys that we would plan on helping us next year for sure.
Nick Nurse is on with me here. You mentioned McCain. You did get a short burst to him, but not a lot together with Maxey. You're the coach. How do you see those two? I know some people are, I don't know if they can play together. I think Daryl's even kind of questioned whether those two can play together. You coach them, though. Do you think those two guys can play a lot of minutes together?
Yeah, I certainly do. I think that they're similar. But they're I think at the beginning, in my mind anyway, I would have said, Tyrese is our point guard when he's on the floor, and Jared's our two guard when he's on the floor, if they're on the floor together. But now I think that we know we need to get Tyrese off the ball some, just to let him display the shooting aspect of his game that he can do, and just to get him just some rest off the ball, really, just some time. And Jared, we tried to put him on the ball to see what kind of point guard he was, and obviously he played a lot of point guard in his younger years, and I really think they kind of coexist as both the one and the two, just kind of sharing both positions. And I think they have assets at both of them, and I think it's necessary that we have them both play each position. Yeah.
Talking with Nick Nurse, McCain was a joy to watch, by the way. He was a guy that, in a year that was just like there was so much excitement for this season. He was a joy. In your mind, you never got a chance to really see Tyrese, Paul, and Joel. Is that something that you think still can work?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think we got to look at it nearly in any capacity that we wanted to. There's maybe a handful of games, and I'm not sure any of them were that healthy in those games, to be honest. So, definitely, I think the 1-3-5, it kind of covers the roster, the lineup there, covers small, big, middle. Loved some of the things that George brought, especially defensively last year. I think he's a really good player. I think he's really smart. And I think that, maybe he doesn't score as much as he used to back in his prime, but he's still a really good shooter. He can get shots off because of his 6'9" frame. And I think we all know what Joel and Tyrese can do, especially together.
Yeah, and obviously the tough part of it is everybody says, well, Joel hasn't been able to be healthy. George hasn't been able to be healthy. Everybody seems to think, yeah, they're healthy. You had Kawhi that year, and you kind of managed him through that in Toronto. Is there any similarities with what you're seeing here with Joel?
Well, hopefully this year there will be. I mean, I think that's the thing everybody, needs to remember. Joel, he suffered a serious injury. He was playing about I would say his best basketball of his career. Last year when this injury happened. He was really playing great. And just hasn't been able to quite be the same since. He did have some great playoff games against the Knicks. Obviously played in the Olympics, but I think we're on a road to getting him back to a little more, getting back to who he is. With this whole long off season and full summer, rehab and strengthening and conditioning and all those things, and then we can get ourselves back on the right track.
All right, we're spending some time with Nick Nurse here, kind enough to join us. You saw the ping pong balls. They bounced your way. It was a little scary for a minute there. They fixed it, and then you're in the top 4, and then they pick you at number 3. It's always like 3 is the spot where it's like everybody kind of knows number 1, and then they think they know number 2, and then there's 3. Do you look at your roster right now and say, man, there's a bunch of guys that could really help this roster?
Well, there's some for sure. We only get one pick, so we just got to make sure we find one that can really help the roster.
Now, you don't have to tell us. You don't have to tell us, Coach. But was there a guy in your mind initially where like, gosh, I hope we get this player? If it's not 1 or 2, when you landed at 3.
No, but I think there's a couple in my mind.
Okay.
I think there's certainly a couple in my mind that are on there now that we're at 3 is when you can really dial in. It's nice that you don't, there's probably only one person, they all know who's going number 1, and then we only got one team that can pick one of the 2 other guys that we want. So if we have a couple, we're in good shape, I think. So that being said, I just want, most talent, want somebody that competes to win, toughness, work, somebody understands that this is a grind and a job, and you got a lot of time to get better and a lot of time in the gym and a good teammate, man. We want somebody that wants to compete to win and be part of a great organization.
It's been a lot of good number 3 picks, by the way. Joel, Bradley Beal, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Luka Doncic. You've heard a couple of those guys. They're all pretty good. If you get an impact player like that, do you look at, Coach? Obviously, you're saying, I want to draft a guy and I want him to compete and, be an impact right away. Did you, McCain, did you think he was going to have the impact he did? I probably not, right?
I didn't think so, no. I think that he surprised everybody, but did it pretty quickly. I mean, I would say after getting to camp, it was unbelievable the confidence he showed in training camp. I would say on paper probably didn't have him in the rotation to start the year, but he just earned it and went after it and did it. So that's
a lot of that.
You have the confidence, man. Confidence and work ethic take you a long way when you got the skill, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely. But a lot of that is he got an opportunity due to some injuries. Does that now give you more confidence to maybe say, I'm going to give a longer leash to this guy this year because maybe what I see in camp isn't enough? I got to get you some playing time. Or is that not how it works?
No, I think it's. We'll see how it all shakes out. But I think that in this slot, in this pick, you're going to get a player that needs to play and needs minutes and needs reps, and you just got to grow them as fast as you can, especially on a team like ours.
All right, Coach. Well, we appreciate it. Last night was a wild ride for everybody. You guys got that pick. Was there a lot of trepidation that you might have lost that pick? Was that even thought about, or were you just trying to say, I don't even want to go down that road?
I tell you what, man, it was pretty nervous, man. It's like it was such high stakes. It wasn't like it was. You
go through a 59-loss season and don't get that pick,
or 9 or 8. It was 6 inside 6 or nothing.
Yeah,
that's a pretty high stake thing. So yeah, we were really pulling that it would come out our way, and I'm glad it did. I think it. Again, it's a tremendous positive energy boost for us and everybody around, and let's take it and go.
You get down the shore at all? You get down to the beach?
Haven't been yet, but I will.
All right, well, get down to shore. Let us know. We'll hope to catch up with you soon. And congratulations on getting pick 3, and let's get the fan base back into this thing, all right?
Thank you. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thanks for calling in, Coach. Coach Nick Nurse here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. There you go. A lot of questions answered. I think some good stuff there. Maxie McCain, he certainly thinks they could play together off the ball more with Maxie McCain. We'll get some more reaction to that interview with Nick Nurse. Excuse me, I was going to say Chris Nurse. Didn't Chris Nurse play basketball at Atlantic City High School at some point? Wasn't there a guy named Chris Nurse that played basketball at AC High, big 6'10" center? That was Nick Nurse, the Sixers head coach, kind enough to join us. What you guys think? Any reaction? Let me know, and I'll react to it coming up next on the Sports Bash.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ Bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping when you text IQ Bar to 64,000. Text IQ Bar to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's IQ Bar to 64,000.
Thanks to Sixers coach Nick Nurse for joining us on the Sports Bash. If you missed it, you can check it out on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Anything that stood out from Nick Nurse? I thought the big takeaways, obviously, he thought Maxey and McCain can play together. That's definitely something. Said certainly want to get Maxey off the ball more. McCain and Maxey has been a big question. Can they play together? That's number one. Number two, when you look at Paul George, Joel Embiid, and Tyrese Maxey moving forward, how will he incorporate all those guys together? We'll get into that later on in the show. But once again, thanks to Nick Nurse from the 76ers and having him call in. He did admit last night that they were a little worried for when he heard that news that the Sixers got bounced from the lottery and then they were back in the lottery. 609-403-0973 on the text board, 609-403-0973 on the text board. When we come back, Football at 4 is here. Adam Caplan, why the Eagles and Cowboys are playing in the opener, plus a look at the other 3 games that have been dropped for the Eagles. They have 4 games on their schedule already. We'll tell you all 4 and break them down. Next, Adam Caplan, Inside the Birds podcast, Football at 4, Sports Bash, Stick. All right, 426, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Knicks Nuggets are on the way. Before we get there, a little bit of breaking news in the baseball world. How about this news? Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson, the Hall of Fame ban against them has been lifted. Pete Rose is now eligible for election into the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, the bans on both of them have been lifted. Pretty crazy. Pete Rose died in September, 83 years old, and now he is eligible for election into the Baseball Hall of Fame. That news just came down momentarily, and I have said for years, listen, it is a museum. These guys need to be in the museum and tell their story. You can shame them. You could put the pariahs on the wall and talk about how they stained the game, but they need to be in the building. So baseball has lifted the ban on Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe, and they are now Hall of Fame eligible. There are a lot of steps that still need to happen here, but I would imagine that at some point, now that people can in fact vote for Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe, that you will see them enshrined in the Baseball Hall of Fame. And that news just came down about a half an hour ago. Also news that came down a little earlier today, the Phillies game has been postponed tonight. It will be rescheduled for tomorrow. It will be a day-night doubleheader. For those of you who had tickets for the game tonight, they will be valid for the game tomorrow with the gates opening at 5:15. If you were going to the 105 game, the gates for that game will open at 11:35. So tomorrow's game is a day-night doubleheader now, and of course that pushes everybody back. I'm imagining Luzardo and Sonny Gray will still be the pitchers for that game, and then the same two pitchers for tomorrow night, which I believe is Nola, right? I think Nola is one of them, is pitching for Philadelphia tomorrow night. I don't remember. Let's see. Who is the Cardinals pitcher tomorrow night? So it's Luzardo and Gray will pitch the early game. And then tomorrow night it will be Nola against Eric Fetty. So that game will stay. So Nola is actually pitching the early game against Fetty. And then the night game, neither team has a starter listed. So I don't know. Maybe they flip-flop them. I don't know how they're going to do that. But that's the way that it is kind of set up. On right now, it shows Nola and Fetty pitching the 1 o'clock game. The 6:15 game is blank.
So the way it's listed by here is that Luzardo will start the first game of the doubleheader tomorrow. Nola will start the night game. So Nola will go from day to night.
Where's that?
It's John Clark reporting this.
Oh, okay, because I'm looking at ESPN.com has Nola and Fetty pitching at 105, and then the night game blank.
I know someone else reported this too, but I have Clark in front of me right now. But basically the idea is that Luzardo will pitch the 105, Nola will pitch the 605. So it'll be Luzardo versus whoever he's facing at 1.
Luzardo will pitch the early game.
And then it'll be Nola versus Fetty will be the night game.
Now, do we know the splits? I'm surprised. Like, do they go by that? Like, who pitches better in the day? Like, who's better at in an afternoon game? Is it Luzardo or Nola?
Well, I can pull up the splits and let you know.
I know that. I'm sure I know the splits are available, but I'm wondering, like, okay, now you're both pitching on the same day. How do you decide? Like, do you make a decision? We know the Phillies do a lot of stuff analytically, and all teams in baseball, they go by the analytics. If you had a pitcher that was better in the day than he was the night, wouldn't you pitch him in the early game?
You would.
I mean, there's no reason.
Of course, somebody somewhere listening to us talk, Mike, is saying, you know what you do, Mike? You go to him and ask him how he feels about it. You go with a gut.
Well, What if both guys give you the same answer?
Then you're really screwed.
Right. If you say, hey, do one of you guys prefer to pitch the day game and neither one of them raises their hand,
Right.
then what do you do?
Right. Then what?
Right? Like Luzardo's ERA is 7.40. I don't know what it is. I'm just throwing that out there. I will say, I want to go back to the Pete Rose thing real quick. It is kind of random that they just dumped this out and just said, by the way, it's my father's birthday today, so happy birthday, Dad.
Oh, happy birthday.
One of the first times I ever saw Pete Rose play, I was a kid when Pete Rose played, 83 World Series. I remember the 80 team. I don't remember the 80 team at all, I was going to say. I was too young for that. But I remember watching the 83 World Series at my dad's house when I was I had to be, 5, I guess, at that time. In 83, I think I was 5 years old. I was born in 77, so right. That's probably my first somewhat recollection of baseball was 1983. And, the 83 Phillies, Pete Rose is 42 years old on that team. So I've always said I think Pete Rose belongs in the Hall of Fame. Put something up on the wall. I certainly have no problem with them shaming him and basically, saying that he did what he did. I don't know why that would been so hard over all these years. I mean, it seems pretty obvious that you would do that. All right, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973.
By the way, I can confirm for his career, Luzardo is a better daytime pitcher than nighttime pitcher. His career ERA in the day, Mike, is a 3.83 versus at night it's 4.26. During the day, his whip is 1.28. His whip at night is 1.272. So Luzardo, statistically, is a better day pitcher. I'm pulling up Nola's stats now.
So Luzardo is better in the day. I don't know. I mean, most of these guys pitch at night. They pitch on Sunday afternoons generally. So when would you most of these guys I would imagine prefer pitching during the night, but in the day you get the sun, you get some shadows sometimes, so maybe they'd rather pitch in the daytime.
I'm pulling up Nola right now. I thought that was interesting that for his career, Luzardo is better during the day. So it kind of makes you wonder a little bit. Did they maybe look at the numbers?
All right, well, it's time for today's Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. So much going on. We just told you the breaking news. The Phillies game is postponed. Pete Rose is now on the ballot with Shoeless Joe. They can now be considered for Cooperstown. We had Nick Nurse on earlier in the show. We do have that audio we'll play later. And now it's time for the Nuggets with Nick Earnshaw here on the Sports Bash.
What's going on, Mike Gill?
Oh, you forgot about us.
Oh, my goodness. It's been a day. Let me tell you, it's been a day. News-wise, it's just been crazy all over the place. Listen, we got to start. Nugget number one. We'll get into the Pete Rose thing a little later because that's just insane. Sixers lottery last night. You get Nick Nurse on. That was fantastic as well. Great interview. But we got to talk about this lottery. They end up with the third pick, and I could breathe a little bit today because nothing really went totally wrong last night, except they almost announced that the Sixers were outside the sixth
They didn't
pick.
almost announce. They did announce.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is it almost was is this true? Is this what's going on? So that
well, you were at my house, and we were watching it together, and when that happened, we were it was like somebody did something really bad. I mean, we were you've got to be kidding me.
What? I was what?
The atmosphere in the room at my house was one of just you've got to be kidding me. They've lost the pick. I mean, it was terrible.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what? Because they kept showing teams. I'm like, they didn't show the Sixers getting outside. I'm like, what is going on here? So that was really weird. And my heart almost just sank completely. It was able to rise back up because they ended up with the third pick, which is okay. And you put out the poll question today. And I was thinking about this. I was talking to Josh yesterday, too, about this. Should they trade it? Should they keep it? What should the 76ers do? I am so torn on this. Right now, right this second, I am leaning keep the pick. Just keep it. Because I don't know what else is out there at the moment that you could really trade it and get better value back for. The Giannis thing, I'm very wary about that. I don't think that's a realistic option at this point. So I think the Sixers should keep the pick, draft the best player they feel is available at this point. And Nick Nurse, he even said it, Mike, on the interview with you. They have a couple of players in mind regarding who they want to pick at 3. So I think they should keep it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of scenarios. Trade the pick, keep the pick. What about move back? If you're at 3 and there's guys that you don't mind taking at 6, 7, 8, what about moving back, getting a player or something, and then getting a pick at 6, 7? I love Trey Johnson. I wouldn't mind taking him if he was on the board. The problem is if you trade back, you don't know that he's going to get to that spot, but I would take Trey Johnson. I like Derek Queen. Knipple, I would probably take him if he was there. Mailbag, I would take him. I don't mind any of those guys, but I can get them at 6, 7, 8, 9. And what are you giving me to move up to that pick?
And I will tell you this, Sixers Twitter is just in a complete civil war regarding Ace Bailey at this point. I mean, my goodness, people love him. People hate him. Do you take him at 3? Do you take VJ at 3, the kid from Baylor? There's a lot of just discussion on who you take at 3 because you got to nail this pick. You cannot mess this pick up. I mean, this is going towards your future. It's going towards the now. This is a massive pick for the 76ers franchise. They got lucky. The ESPN was wrong. They said they were out of the top 7. You end up with the 3rd pick. You can't flub this one, Mike. This is one you can't flub.
No, you can't. And here's the thing. You have so many options with it. So it's not like there's just like, hey, what's behind door number 1 or what's behind door number 2? You've got stay at 3, and now who do I take at 3? You have, hey, move 3 up to try to get to 2. Look, if you're San Antonio is a pretty guard-heavy team. Do the Spurs say, man, we need to add another guard, because that team is pretty guard-heavy right now. Do they want to add another guard to that team? Because Harper would be the pick there. But that team has Castle. That was a guy that they drafted. He's kind of their guy. A team already. So do they need another guard on that team? That's number 1. And then there's the possibility of, as I just mentioned, moving back. So take a guy at 3. Okay, who is it? Maybe try to call and see if somebody wants to flip-flop with you or move back. So now, so many scenarios have emerged now that they have that pick. But the biggest thing is you and I debated yesterday. They had to get that pick. It didn't matter if it was 6, 5, 4. They got number 3. You had to get it no matter what. I actually wouldn't mind 6. I like players at 6 more than almost having to make a decision at 3.
Yeah, I was prepared for doomsday scenario, and it nearly happened with the mess up of ESPN announcing that regarding the Sixers. So I'm okay with where they're at. Like, I don't think they should just trade it to trade it. I think you just take best available at this point. Now, if there's an option where you're able to accumulate more picks, move back a couple of spots, take a player that you like there, sure, I'm open to that too. Right this second, keep the pick. Keep your options open at this point. If something so dramatic starts to develop, I'm cool with them trading it at this point, but I want them to get as much value out of this thing as possible, because if you're healthy next year, you're not going to be in this position hopefully for a while.
Kevin Pelton's going to join me in about an hour from now at 5:30 from ESPN. He ranked his top 30 prospects. I want to ask him. He was a guy who worked in a front office before.
Yeah.
And I'm interested to see if he thinks the value here is to take 3, move back, and is there a player that you can get with, hey, we will give you this player and pick number X to get number 3?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be fascinating to see what they do with this. And it's funny, that meme of Daryl Morey's now kind of going around of him like with his head down last night. It's pretty funny. But that's just how Sixers fans have felt for the most part, right? Over the past however many years. And this is one that you got to get right. You messed up on 2 number 1 overall picks. Joel Embiid was really one of the only top picks that ended up really working out for you. Hopefully, this is one where you nail it and they can help right away.
Let me interject with this, Nuggets. This is why I think you could not get rid of Daryl Morey. People wanted Morey gone. He deserved to be fired, yada, yada, yada. Incorrect. You need stability. The problem with the Sixers is the lack of stability they have had. No one is able to kind of see their plan and allow it to go. They had a bad year based on injury problems.
Yep.
And if that happens again, fine. You move on from them. But I think that Morey's the best guy. He has done a great job on the peripherals of this team. He added Quentin Grimes. That's a guy who showed you he can score in this league. So now you have him that you've added based on the crappy year that you had last year. You're getting back Jared McCain. There's another player who can score the basketball. You're now adding two players that we know can score. Maxi's coming back. He can score. Joel, that's an MVP level player. If he's healthy, that's a big if. George, we know all that. But I think what Morey doesn't get enough credit for is the guys that he has drafted and found. He drafted Maxey. He drafted McCain. He traded for Grimes. He drafted Bona. These are all guys that you don't get enough credit for because they're not the superstars. But I think his message has been we need to get athletic and younger. And they are athletic and younger right now just by what he has done to this roster. He has shown me that he can hit in the draft. He can get a guy. With him, I don't know which one's which. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you now. I got you back.
All right. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, my point is he has shown me he can hit at 16 with McCain. He hit with 21 at Maxey. Why wouldn't I think he could hit at number 3 in the draft? By the way, second round, he found Bona. He signed Justin Edwards. That's another player who can actually play. So he has shown me that he can cultivate and find talent.
Yeah, I think he can find talent, and he's shown it over and over and over again. They just have to get this one right. And whatever they do, they stay, they trade back, they trade for another player. This is a chip that they can use in a variety of different ways. So I think they'll be okay. And interesting with Nurse saying that during that interview that you had just a little while ago that they have a couple players in mind at 3. So that's kind of telling, like, hey, maybe they want to stay there at 3. They have a couple players. If the board falls this way, whatever the Spurs do, we have a guy or a couple of them that we can nail right there.
Definitely. And listen, if they draft a guy at 3, I think it's because Morey feels like that's the player that can help this team. If he trades out of that spot, it tells me, and listen, this is an obvious statement, that he thinks that he can get a guy that I like just as much at 3, that I can get a player at number 6 and 7. So if they make that move, I'm cool with that because there's guys that I think I wouldn't mind if they ended up with Knipple. I wouldn't mind if they ended up with Trey Johnson. I wouldn't mind if they ended up with Queen. I wouldn't mind if they ended up with Mailbag. I wouldn't mind if they ended up with any of those guys. So if you traded back and told me you ended up with that guy and another player, I feel pretty good about that. So
yeah,
I'm excited. I like where they are right now. And again, like I said, I think Morey and this Sixers team had an awful year, maybe the worst in the history of the franchise. But I have no problem with Morey being the guy given the keys to try to get this thing back on track.
Nope, I'm all right with it too. And listen, for the Sixers, your health is your wealth. I mean, that's literally what it comes down to. If they don't have guys like Joel Embiid, Paul George laying on the floor, laying it on the line every single night, they're not going to go anywhere. So that it's all about their health. And they could draft a top player. It's great. It's going to take him a couple of years to really develop into somebody. But if you don't have Embiid, Paul George, Maxey out on the floor for a majority of the season, they're not going to be able to do anything. So it's massively important they stay healthy. And we've said that, a lot. So we'll see what happens. All right, nugget number 2. We got to move along right here. I mean, this is a breaking news nugget. I mean, it just came out. Heard you and Josh talking about it. Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson reinstated by Major League Baseball on a random Tuesday in May. Ridiculous. I did not see this coming at all today. I mean, who would have thought that was coming out today? That was out of nowhere. I figured that after Pete Rose.
By the way, real quick before on that, there's some more breaking news.
Oh,
Jason Tatum, torn Achilles. He is done.
Yeah, I was watching that game live last night. After the Phillies lost, switched over to that Knicks. Just terrible. You hate to see good players go down.
Yeah.
I mean,
I hate it too. I just wanted to get that out. We saw what happened. It is now official. He has a torn right Achilles tendon, and you would imagine he will miss a portion of next year as well.
Yeah, he'll miss significant time.
Rose.
That was tough to watch. Back to Pete Rose. I mean, you just kind of figured, though, after he passed away, that this was going to happen. I didn't realize how quickly it was going to happen because Pete Rose passed in September of 24. We're less than a year later, he's already reinstated. It just felt like that was eventually going to happen. It happened quicker than I thought it would happen. Did not see Shoeless Joe Jackson get reinstated and a bunch of those Black Sox players. That one's a little head-scratching to me.
Yeah, and this is what's head-scratching to me, is that the National Baseball Hall of Fame has always mentioned that anyone removed from baseball's permanently ineligible list will become eligible for Hall of Fame consideration. Major League Baseball's decision to remove deceased individuals from the permanently ineligible list will allow for the Hall of Fame candidacy. Shoeless Joe Jackson's been dead my whole life.
Yeah.
I mean, so what are you talking about? Like, now all of a sudden these guys have passed away, and that gets them off the list? Shoeless Joe Jackson hasn't been alive in 100 years.
Well, you're telling the history of the game at the Hall of Fame Museum, and what's just so crazy to me is they have where the Hall of Fame is, where all the plaques, everything, right? They have that section of the Hall of Fame. They also have the museum part of the Hall of Fame, telling the story of baseball, different eras, different players, etc. Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe are in there. Like, they're in there. Like, their
artifacts are in there.
Yes. So what was the difference of having them upstairs, a couple of flights of stairs up? They're in the Hall of Fame and they're just not having a plaque for them. I mean, that's crazy to me. They don't make no sense.
They don't get the day. They don't get the recognition. They don't get the speech. They don't get the adulation. All of that. They're in there, but they don't get to be on stage and be recognized. That's the difference.
And they still won't.
You don't get now of course not. But that's the difference is your artifacts are in there, but you cannot get the adulation. You do not get the day. That has been the whole thing. I agree. To me, it's a museum. It is not heaven. It is a museum. For them not to tell that story, your museum is a sham.
Yeah, and put it on the plaque of what they did. You know, you can mention that on the plaque. Fine.
I have no problem, by the way, with them absolutely disgracing them on the plaque.
Sure,
like, if you want to put the plaque out there and completely disgrace them on the plaque, no problem with that. You should say on that plaque that they disgraced the game, but they are in for their on-the-field antics, not their off-the-field antics. You've got to explain that story.
Yes, that is part of their story. That is part of their impact on the game, whether it was negative, whether it was positive. They impacted the game in certain ways. On the field, all-time hits leader, Pete Rose, all-time hit king. Great. Off the field, he bet on his own team. He was banned for this amount of time. That's part of the story. I'm sorry, put it on the plaque, but there's no reason that these guys shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. No reason.
100%. Yeah. I again, put on the plaque, disgrace him as much as you want. Shoeless Joe's an interesting guy because of the fact that, you know, the 8 men out, and the stories goes that he actually was trying to win. I mean, he had his batting average was, it's not. He's getting hits in the game, so
he hit the only home run in that World Series. So I mean, you know, he batted, I think, close to like 375 or something like that in that World Series. So that one was interesting. Did not expect that. The Pete Rose thing, I could see more, but the Shoeless Joe Jackson, there was multiple other names on that list as well. That was fascinating. Overall. But yeah, like going back to like the steroid guys, Pete Rose, you gotta tell.
Well, now the floodgates are going to open up.
Yep, they are. I mean, and they should. I mean, you got to put them in. They're part of the game's history. I'm sorry, it's a museum. You're putting the history of the game in the museum. You put it on the plaque. Tell the story. That's
100%. Yep, I agree.
All right, before I get out of here, final nugget, real quick. Eagles get a Black Friday game, Mike. You in or you out on the Black Friday game?
Good question. It's only been 2 years. Last year, I did go out to watch the Black Friday game. But I don't know if I want my team playing in the Black Friday game.
I like it. I'm not going out on Black Friday. I'm going to sit
I'm
in,
not
enjoy
going
myself.
Well, I went out. My girlfriend last year, I think she got her nails done. I dropped her off to get her nails done. And when I dropped her off, I went over to the brewery and watched the game. And I don't think I want my team playing on Black Friday, though. It's like, hey, the game's on. Some other team's playing. That's cool.
I'd rather have it on Black Friday than Thanksgiving, honestly. I'd rather have that because then I can enjoy it by myself and watch the game by myself.
I don't care about my holidays being ruined because I'm not a big holiday guy. I could care less about the holiday. Give me Christmas. Give me Thanksgiving. I don't really care to sit with my family. I don't need any of that nonsense. Give me the game.
I want to watch the game on my own, by myself. I don't need distractions, other people talking to me who don't watch it all year. I want to watch the game.
Oh, see, no, that's the thing. Like, nobody else will watch the game with me. They can all sit in the other room, and I'll go watch the game by myself. But, yeah, I don't mind a holiday game. In fact, I was excited that the Eagles were getting that Christmas Day game. You know what I think, though? I'm steadfast on this. The NBA or somebody needs to take over Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve is the day where everybody's sitting around and no one wants to talk to each other. They want a game on.
I agree. I'm with you there. They need to take over Christmas Eve. They're taking over Black Friday. I'm in on the Eagles playing on Black Friday.
I think I'm out on the Eagle Black Friday game. I don't mind an NFL game on a Black Friday, but I don't want my team playing on Black Friday.
All right. I'm in.
I think I've come to terms with that.
We'll be watching it together. I'll have my draft. You'll have a can. We're all good.
All right, there's the Nuggets today. They're brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Thanks, man.
See ya.
All right, coming up, more Sports Bash on the way. I'm Mike Hill. When we return, we got today's Rye or Cy. We're going to be Ryan and Cyan on all the Sixers possibilities. Draft at 3, trade the pick, move up, move back. You know all the scenarios, but what is the best case scenario? Plus, we had on Sixers head coach Nick Nurse earlier today. We'll have some of the sound from that coming up here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And at 5:30 tonight, ESPN's Kevin Pelton on which of these prospects he thinks is the best fit for the Sixers. That's all in the 5 o'clock hour coming up next.
And if Daryl Morey is saying all the stuff that he's saying about, hey, we want Joel Embiid and we want Paul George to be the key pieces. Now, I know he has to say that, but if he actually means that, they might as well just trade down for the pick. Seriously. I mean, you might as well trade down to the 8th pick because you're paying this guy a lot of money to be a 4th option.
That was Keith Pompey. He says, well, if you got Embiid and you've got George and you've got Maxey, why don't you just trade the pick? Is that a possibility? Is that the option? Nick Nurse was on with us earlier today, and here's what he said about that 3rd pick.
But I think that in this slot, in this pick, you're going to get a player that needs to play and needs minutes and needs reps, and you just got to grow them as fast as you can, especially on a team like ours.
That was Nick Nurse on the Sports Bash earlier today. If you missed the full interview, you can go on the YouTube channel or on the X platform at Mike Gill Show and listen to my full conversation with Sixers head coach Nick Nurse from earlier today. He had a lot to say, had a lot of interesting things to add to the conversation, but last night the Sixers ended up with the 3rd pick, and that is a huge addition to their arsenal this offseason. And, you know, as Ryan Rothstein joins me for today's Rye or Sigh, you know, it is a huge rye. It is a huge a huge sense of relief. It has added a little bit of life back into the fan base, I guess, at least for the day. And now leading up to the draft, did they know that 59-loss season was not all for nothing?
The biggest Rye sigh in the history of Rye sighs occurred last night, MG, once the 76ers secured at least the top 6 pick. And by the way, Kevin Negandhi taking us on a roller coaster ride. I questioned my whole existence for like 30 seconds. I don't know if you caught him.
Oh, yeah.
He made that mistake. I was like, wait, what? What did I miss? What did I like? What just happened? I was
we asked Nick Nurse about that, and he was like, him and Elton Brand, he's like, we were looking at each other, and we were like, wait, what just happened? Meanwhile, you've got Daryl Morey over there who has all the numbers in his head, and he was like, nah, guys, we're good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, I wish I had Daryl Morey next to me as well because I was about to fall off the edge. But nonetheless, a huge sigh, man. And now just the storylines and questions and opinions and what will they do? What should they do? You know, all of that is on the horizon.
Yeah, it's on the horizon, but let's go right now. The draft's tonight. What would you do? Because I think I would trade back if I could, but I don't know what I could get. I like guys at 6, 7, 8, and 9 just as much, I think, as number 3.
But why? Okay, that's fair. But I'm guessing you would want to trade back because you want to get a second first-round pick, or like.
Well, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know what else I can get. Can I get a player? Can I get a player that is ready to help me right now, that can play, and I switch spots with you?
Well, that's the asterisk of this whole conversation. Is, you know, what's the thought process from Daryl Morey and the 76ers? Because this draft is deep, MG, but they're still coming out of college. They're still young, 18, 19, 20 years old. They're not ready to be a huge key member on a title team. They're just not. You just heard it from Nick Nurse. You talked to him. So what are we realistically able to do with this 3rd pick?
Well, listen, if you have a player that you absolutely love at number 3, you take that player. I don't know that there's a player that you absolutely love at number 3 that you love that much more than you would at number 6, 7, 8. I don't know how far back in the draft that you like, but I don't know what else I can get. If you are a team drafting at number 10, which I think, you know, that was the pick that the Suns were supposed to get. So I think it's Houston. Houston's a playoff team. Do they say, hey, if we get a player at number 3, we were the number 2 seed, that player is the kind of player that can put us as the number 1 team in the Western Conference? Are they willing to give you one of their players and their 10th pick to move up to number 3? I don't know. I mean, you look through that first 10 picks of the draft, how many of those teams from 4 to 10 do you think are willing to move to number 3? I don't know.
I'm sure a bunch of them with the right deal, of course, right? Like we don't know what all these teams are willing to give up, what they're willing to get in return. You know, that's the huge part of this. But I personally don't want to move back. And then let's say they get a second draft pick in the first round in a deep draft. I like a lot of these players this year. 10 plus players, I think, have the potential to be bona fide all-stars in their career in the NBA, just not right now. So I don't want two of those guys, because let's look at the 76ers right now. The urgency, the pressure coming off an infamous, disastrous season. Joel Embiid not getting any younger. The title window is now, if not behind us. So I would love to have Dylan Harper or Ace Bailey or Queen or Trey Johnson, right? All these guys that are going to be great NBA players, they're not ready now or next year. So if I'm Daryl Morey, here's my take. If I'm Daryl Morey, I think there's going to be a monster trade in the works this offseason for a current star player. I think that's your only option.
Yeah, if you look at the first in the mock drafts right now, the first 10 picks, Cooper Flagg, freshman. Harper, freshman. Bailey, freshman. Edgecombe, freshman. Fears, freshman. Trey Johnson, freshman. Malik, freshman. Knipple, freshman. I mean, the first sophomore you get is at pick number 9 if you like Colin Murray-Boyles, who I do like, but that's at the 9th spot. Then another freshman, then another freshman. I mean, there's just, you're right. There's not a player that you think can jump in as a freshman and make an impact. I mean, you even look at some of the teams right now that are pretty good with young players. You look at Cade Cunningham. It took him like 3 years to become the player that he is now, which is a team that got knocked out in the first round of the playoffs. I mean, even Anthony Edwards, like off the bat, he was a good player, but he didn't change the Minnesota Timberwolves immediately there.
You can be a good player in the NBA. You can be a great player, an all-star player, but anyone watching this year's playoffs or any year, it doesn't have to be this year, you notice and recognize which players can handle the bright lights of the postseason and can deliver. It's tough. I'm not even knocking guys that struggle with it. There's a handful of guys on the planet that you say, yep, I know for 4 rounds, maybe 3 game 7s, they'll show up. And that's what the Sixers are missing right now. Like they need that guy. And
yeah. And
Cooper
I'm looking
Flagg
at
ain't even that guy, Mike.
Well, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, Cooper Flagg's not coming in right off the bat and even like Wembanyama, that guy came in, made an impact, but that team stunk. I mean, let's be honest. Like but you might say, look, this guy doesn't have to come in and be the guy on a team. He just needs to be part of the team. And that's where the Sixers kind of are right now, where they still have an MVP-level player that they're hoping, and we have that bite from Nick Nurse. He said this just a little while ago on the Sports Bash. Take a listen. He said he thinks Embiid's recovery is going in this direction.
I think we're on a road to getting him back to a little more, getting back to who he is, with this whole long off-season and full summer, rehab and strengthening and conditioning and all those things, and then we can get ourselves back on the right track.
So back to where he is, and I asked him, like, does this remind you a little bit of the Kawhi year when you were in Toronto? That you had to kind of manage him through that whole thing, and he kind of was like, hey, listen. We think that he's getting back. He said he wasn't too long ago that this guy was an MVP player, like against the Knicks in the playoffs. He was like, that guy scored 50 in a playoff game not too long ago, and people are writing him off. So he was kind of taken back by the fact that people are kind of writing Joel off.
Yeah, of course. That's his guy. And, Nick Nurse understands better than any of us how hard it is to have a guy like that on your team, to coach a guy like that. But Nurse hasn't been here since day one, and he hasn't been through the growing pains that the fan base has. And this is a fan base that does not exude any level of patience. So my thing is, okay, he's working to get back to the guy he was. I tell you what, he has to work to get back to the guy he was and then work to get better than the guy that he was, Mike.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what he needs.
I agree. Listen, they need him to be at the level he was, if not better than the guy he was. You're absolutely right about that. But here is what he said about Paul George. Because remember, they brought in Paul George to try to take some of the, some of the pressure off of Joel. Here's what he said.
Loved some of the things that George brought, especially defensively last year. I think he's a really good player. I think he's really smart. And I think that maybe he doesn't score as much as he used to back in his prime, but he's still a really good shooter. He can get shots off because of his 6'9" frame.
So you take a look at what they're thinking about him. He's a guy who's a good shooter, 6'9", yada, yada, yada. They were saying what a lot of Sixers fans were. This guy's better than Tobias Harris. Like, we're not asking him to be the first option. We just want our third guy to not get a 0 in the playoffs.
Right. But we just needed him to be better than Tobias, but we also needed a little bit more than that. Right? Like, we need a guy that can be an elite perimeter scorer, that can relieve pressure from Joel Embiid in big playoff games. Because it's hard for Joel Embiid to dominate playoff games like he does regular season games. The game slows down, the paint gets clogged, it's harder to get him the ball in his spots early in shot clocks. It's just tough for a guy like Joel Embiid for his game to translate like that. So you need an elite all-star level guy, and Paul George ain't it right now.
No, but, if he's your third guy, and I think that was the whole thing, is a lot of people looked at it as, you brought Paul George in here, and he was broken down and hurt. And I think the Sixers were kind of saying, look, I know we paid him to be a number one guy. He got the max, but I think they were looking at him to be the third guy.
Sure, absolutely. And maybe he still can be that, right? But if you're the 76ers, if you're Daryl Morey, and you say, okay, let's look at our, quote, big three, and I'll throw McCain in there as a guy with a ton of potential and can be an all-star. You have McCain, Maxey, Paul George, and Embiid. And you have this third overall pick. You can't rush a guy in here from this from this draft class, even as a role player, even as a guy that doesn't need to do as much as he would on lesser teams, and say, you're in Philly, the pressure's at an all-time high, this is a title contender, you need to get up to speed. It's like throwing a rookie quarterback in for the Cleveland Browns his rookie year. It's a disaster waiting to happen. So my point is, if I'm Morey, I'm looking to trade Maxey. I'm looking to trade McCain. I'm looking to trade Embiid. I'm looking to trade this third overall pick. Anything to upgrade this roster.
I listen, yes, if somebody calls you and says, we want Joel Embiid, I think you listen. I don't think you're going to get an offer, though. Like, I liken it to this.
I agree.
The Sixers traded Charles Barkley in, like, his prime years still. I mean, maybe right at the end of his prime. They got back Jeff Hornacek, Tim Perry, and Andrew Lang. Would you take a deal like that for Joel Embiid?
Not Artie Lang. No, I wouldn't, because listen, the Sixers just gave Barkley away for a bag of peanuts, as you just outlined. I don't know what team's going to want Joel Embiid's contract, right? It's going to have to be like the perfect storm. But I think the ideal thing is to try and bring in a guy that can be the number one option in front of Embiid. That's I think if I'm Morey, that's my ideal goal this offseason.
What?
I think, Maxey may be your best path to that.
So you would think about trading Maxey?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
everyone should be on the table.
3 and Maxey. What's your ultimate thought and goal on that?
You have a lot of options. I mean,
are you in that Giannis camp, like where you would say?
Yes. Are you not?
Oh, I'm just saying. Like, do you think Maxey and 3? Like, would you call the Bucks and say Maxey and 3?
Yes.
You think Giannis and Embiid can play together?
I mean, I'm willing to find out. Listen, Giannis is a top 2 guy in the NBA right now. You're getting him, and you can say, screw Embiid, in the sense of we don't have to stress about him, load managing him. Is he healthy? Can he play in the playoffs? Right? Like, you have Giannis.
I guess in my mind, I don't see a scenario where you get any value back for George and or Embiid. So I'm kind of refined to the fact that you're quote unquote stuck with them.
Yeah, I mean, there was a trade. I agree. Maybe something crazy happens. Maybe there's a team that's dumb enough. Teams and GMs have made dumber decisions than trading for Joel Embiid in this stage of his career, right? We both know that. There was a proposal thrown out there. I sent it to you earlier where, would you trade Maxey to Dallas for the number 1 overall pick? And there'd be more things involved, but that would be the foundation of it.
Yeah, I don't think Dallas. I think Dallas is at the point where they need somebody else to make Cooper Flag make them forget about Luka.
Yeah, for sure. But Nico Harrison's off his rocker.
Well, I mean, I think he saw the reaction to what just happened and said, look, if I do this, I might absolutely not make it out. Now I can get somebody to make them forget about Luka. I don't think Tyrese Maxey and Ace Bailey are doing that.
I mean, you have Kyrie and Anthony Davis. Let's not forget. You bring in another all-star guard in Maxey and young up, like Ace Bailey to throw it in with that. That's a title contender.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying from the perception of the fan base, hey, we got Cooper Flag. We lost Luka. We hate you for that. But now you have a chance to erase that by getting us Cooper Flag. And if you trade that, I mean, that poor guy, he might not make it out alive.
No, you're right. He might not. It's tough, man. These are all big decisions that
I'll tell you what I'm trying.
Have to be on the same page with.
How much would you be willing to give up to move up one spot and get Harper?
Nothing, because we're in the same boat. I like Harper a lot, but we just outlined, both of us, how deep this draft is. Right. So what are we giving up besides the 3rd overall pick to get Harper?
I think Harper is a much better player.
Maybe, but right now he is, but I still believe there's multiple other guys behind him that can end up being better players. Ace Bailey could be a better player in the NBA than Harper.
I mean, to me, I like Harper for a lot of different reasons. I think he's a better fit. I just ultimately think that I love the bloodline, the fact that his father was this is what I like too. I like the fact that his father was a good player, not a great player. Yeah. I like the fact that his brother is a okay player, not a great player. That tells me the younger brother is going to be a star.
Yeah, but also, I mean, just to give you some info, I'm not saying you don't know this, but for the listeners out there on Dylan Harper, he's the guy that can do basically a little bit of everything, but he had his most success as a ball handling guard. He's a guy that's big, uses his body, gets to the rim, good three-point shooter, and not a sharp shooter. Right, so it's like, okay, we have Maxey and McCain. Where does Harper fit if he wants the ball in his hands? So it's
same situation. I see what you're saying there. And I asked Nick Nurse about those two players playing together because Maxey and McCain. Morey was on the rights to Ricky Sanchez and said, yeah, those guys might have some problems playing together. We might actually have that bite too. But here's what Nick Nurse said about Maxey and McCain playing together. This is earlier today on the Sports Bash.
We know we need to get Tyrese off the ball some just to let him display the shooting aspect of his game that he can do, and just to get him just some rest off the ball. Really, Jared, we tried to put him on the ball to see what kind of point guard he was, and obviously he played a lot of point guard in his younger years, and I really think they kind of coexist as both the 1 and the 2, just kind of sharing both positions. And I think they have assets at both of them, and I think it's necessary that we have them both play each position.
He likes them both playing each position. So, hey, you take turns kind of being the guard and the off guard and stuff like that. Harper being 6'6", you add him into the mix, you almost have like a 3-guard lineup.
Yeah, listen, I wouldn't hate it, but I also think if we're just going to say, all right, who's the best option if we're drafting a guy and putting him in this lineup to succeed for a long time? Ace Bailey's a guy, 7-foot wingspan. He is like a Kevin Durant guy mixed with like a pick and roll, plays above the rim guy. He would fit like a glove in that front court with Joel Embiid, like a glove.
Here's what Daryl Morey said, by the way, when he was asked about those two players playing together.
Historically, it's been hard. The only way McCain, Tyrese type, your two guards guarding 1s and 2s, is if you have like a very strong rim protecting big, can make that work. And if we have Joel, we'll be fine. So I do think it works if you have a near elite rim protector, but otherwise I think it's challenging.
That says a lot to me, Mike, because this is how I interpret what he just said. He is opening this window and sprinkling in the back of all the fan base's minds that, like, hey, Maxey and McCain, I'm calling dudes about these guys. Because here's what we know about Morey. I'll try and be brief with this. Here's what we know. Look at his track record. I've said this to you a bunch of times. He is continuously offseason after offseason making big trades, taking big swings, getting in the headlines. He does it year after year. Now he's in Philly with a fan base sick and tired of this team, urgency pressure at an all-time high. His job's on the line. Nick Nurse's job's on the line. Joel Embiid's career's on the line. You need a title now. You need to get out of the second round. He ain't just going to draft Ace Bailey and run this thing back. I'm telling you. I don't know if you disagree with this thought. I think he is about to take a massive swing this summer. I really do.
I agree. It's one of the reasons why I was for him being staying here, not getting fired.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's gonna try. Now, can he land on that big swing? Will there be another team willing to, pitch him that ball so he can take that swing? That's the $1 million question. But here's the fun thing. This conversation and the options that Daryl Morey has.
Yeah, I agree, but this is why I support Morey being the guy that makes those decisions. That's the thing is, number one, problem with this team, utter chaos and instability. Keep the stability in that role and that position. Morey has done a really good job on the peripherals of this roster. If you want to criticize him for signing Embiid and George, those are two major decisions. Fine, you can criticize those decisions if you'd like. Those are the decisions with two players they have put a lot of money into that they need to be healthy. But the periphery of this roster, I think they have done a good job. I think Morey has found good talent at 16 in McCain, 21 with Maxey, second round with Bona, trading for Grimes. He has said they got to get more athletic and younger, and I think he's doing that quietly because those moves don't move the needle.
I would say that, and there's listeners out there who are Morey haters and will not agree with this, but just to our points here, I don't think there's a guy in the league I'd rather have leading this front office in this pivotal time for the 76ers franchise than Daryl Morey.
Hey, listen, if you told me that Bob Myers was able to run the draft, I wouldn't have a problem with that. Although, I mean, listen, I Sam Presti, maybe, again, like I said, somebody asked me last night. I said, I think Morey has been a very good, not great. He's made mistakes. His teams have come up short. But somebody asked me, how many GMs in the league would you take over him? Off the top of my head, I said maybe Sam Presti. If Bob Myers wants to come back and run it, Brad Stevens, I guess. Other than that, I mean, is there anybody that wow, how do you not name this guy? I just don't. I think people act like there's a league filled with all the, the last couple NBA champions, Denver, they already fired their GM.
And coach, yep.
Right? So, you're acting like there's all these championship GMs that are, running these teams. They've all been fired.
They fired a guy, their head coach and GM, fired with Jokic. Right?
Yeah.
It's insanity.
So, keep the stability. You got a guy who has been able to find talent deeper in the draft. Let's see if he can find talent early in the draft or pull the trigger and get this team another player and another pick.
Quickly, question. Besides Giannis, any other names that you would say, yeah, I'd give up this pick, I'd give up Maxey, i.e. Kevin Durant.
Not
Is
Durant.
There any other guy?
I'm over Durant. I don't want an old guy.
I get it. Kevin Durant's still interesting to me. I lean with your sentiment, but KD is still KD. I don't know.
I'd have to think about it. Let me think about it. Maybe tomorrow I'll come up with a list of guys that I would do.
All right. I'll do it too, man.
All right. That's today's Rye or Sigh. I sigh on the fact that Ace Bailey is the best pick, though. I'm not a huge Ace Bailey guy, although I know very athletic and there's a lot of tools there. But real quick before we get out,
yeah.
The fact that you had 2 lottery picks and they were not good enough to get to that tournament. Look, if you were the only player on the team, that's different. You had 2 guys on the same team. But I like Harper. I don't love Bailey as much. But that's my one side today.
And should teams look into that? They're not going to, but they're going to go 2 and 3. The team didn't make the tournament. Insane.
All right, man. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Later.
See ya. All right, Kevin Pelton, ESPN.com NBA writer, is going to give us his he has his 30 top prospects ranked. He's going to tell us the best fits for the Sixers. By the way, the Phillies have made a statement on Pete Rose. Wait till you hear what they had to say. That's all still to come on the Sports Bash. 5:31 Sports Bash. What day is it? Tuesday? Schedule comes out tomorrow. No Phillies tonight. Doubleheader tomorrow. Sal Pal's on Friday. We'll break down the schedule on Friday's show. What else we got? This week's a busy week. We got the doubleheader tomorrow. Then the Phillies are off on Thursday. By the way, so the Phillies have put out a statement regarding Pete Rose. I'll read that for you in just a second. Here is the statement by the Phillies. The Phillies support today's decision by Commissioner Manfred and Major League Baseball to remove Pete Rose from the permanently ineligible list. As one of the greatest players in the history of the game, Pete made a significant on-field contribution to the Phillies over his 5 seasons with the club, highlighted by our first World Series title in 1980. Additionally, the following statement is being sent on behalf of the Phillies by legend and Hall of Famer Mike Schmidt, who says, quote, "It's a great day for baseball as Commissioner Manfred has reinstated Pete Rose, making him eligible for the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The ongoing question of whether Pete Rose should or shouldn't be in the Hall will be answered by a select panel of the next Classic Baseball Era Committee. Congratulations to Pete's family, his teammates, as well as his supporters who have waited many years for this opportunity for consideration." That's from Mike Schmidt. So those of you just tuning in, if you missed it, Pete Rose is no longer on the banned list, and he can now be a member of the Baseball Hall of Fame if he is, in fact, voted in along with Shoeless Joe Jackson. Announced earlier today by Major League Baseball. So that story of, hey, should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame, I guess is no longer. You no longer get that segment on the radio. I've always been a proponent of Pete Rose being in the Hall of Fame. I think it's absolutely embarrassing that he has not been in the Hall of Fame. But, I'm one of those people that say, hey, it's a museum, and I want to know the story of the game. I want to know the story of the NBA draft, and to do that, I'm going to talk to Kevin Pelton, ESPN.com, covers the NBA. And, of course, the NBA draft lottery was last night when the Philadelphia 76ers, there was a moment there, Kevin, that the Sixers almost a little bit of a scary moment where they said, oh, the Sixers have now lost their pick. But they do now have their pick, and it is the 3rd pick in the draft. So let's get your initial thought on, if you are the team with number 3, do you like the spot that you're in?
I'd probably like it better for a team that wasn't the Philadelphia 76ers, just in terms of the nature of the talent and how guard-heavy it is. I think, with the 2nd and 3rd picks. But, it's kind of funny. Like, Daryl Morey was, there was a shot of him crushed after they didn't get the first, after they were drawing number 3 and knowing that they weren't going to get Cooper Flagg. And I saw a photo of him where he's kind of like thumbs down about the number 3 pick in a joking fashion. But like, this could have gone a tremendous amount worse for the Sixers. So I think they have to be thrilled, number 1, to have retained the pick, and then number 2, to have ended up moving up into the top 3 of what I do think is a very strong draft. It's just, kind of guard heavy once you got past Cooper Flagg, which is interesting in the context of their young core.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously Flagg is the one. Is it a fait accompli that Harper, in your mind, is number 2?
I think it's very likely. I mean, San Antonio is also an interesting spot. They have Stephon Castle is the reigning rookie of the year, is someone who, it's to be determined exactly what his best NBA role is, but probably going to include some ball handling. You just traded for De'Aaron Fox, and now I think Dylan Harper from Rutgers is the consensus number 2 prospect, is another guy who, thrives with the ball in his hands. So it's interesting to see how they handle it, or whether that's, a pick that could potentially be on the move with the Spurs looking to make a move for a veteran in that spot. But either way, I think Dylan Harper has kind of separated himself at this point as the number 2 guy in the draft.
Do you have in your mind, Kevin, a number 3 that stands out, or is this just a jumbled mess?
To me, VJ Edgecombe is in a different tier from Ace Bailey in particular. And, I think those are the 2 most likely guys. And, one of the interesting things about the Sixers is if you look at, who the Houston Rockets drafted back when Daryl Morey was there, who the Rockets continue to draft now that he's not there, but, still some of the same people in that front office, and then who the Sixers have drafted since Daryl got there, their model clearly lines up very well with mine. And if that's the case, then VJ Edgecombe is the guy that is popping. And it makes sense from the standpoint that the steal and block indicators that typically translate very well to the NBA are quite strong for him. He's got the athletic prowess. I think a lot of people will look at Ace Bailey given his size and shot making, but it did not translate into efficient scoring at Rutgers playing alongside Dylan Harper. The shot selection was very questionable. He's someone, I think if he gets in the right system and sort of, shifts his shot distribution in a way that's friendlier for the modern NBA, he could certainly be a terrific prospect. But Edgecombe at this point, I think, has the better chance of getting there.
All right, so if Kevin Pelton was at pick number 3, you would lean Edgecombe over Ace Bailey. A lot of people saying Ace Bailey's the guy. He was the highest, I don't know what this even means, to be the highest recruited player ever at Rutgers, but he had a lot of accolades going there, seemingly a little bit of a disappointing season for them.
Here's why I mean something, because Dylan Harper was also there, and we agree that Dylan Harper is going to be everyone seems to agree that he's going to be the number 2 pick in the draft. So that's interesting. Yeah, Bailey came in with a little stronger reputation, had a very solid Nike Hoop Summit last year in front of NBA scouts, but again, kind of some red flags statistically in his stat line at Rutgers. And the other guy, I guess, who's probably worth mentioning, it's a long shot, but the other guy who pops in my projections is actually a little bit ahead of VJ Edgecombe is Con Knippel, Cooper Flank's teammate at Duke, who's the best shooter in the draft. I think projected as a terrific shooter, but also someone who has a little more ability to create his own shot than players of that archetype typically have. So, he's someone else I think could also be in Philadelphia's statistical model, someone who grades out quite well. But it would be a surprise to me if they took him. I think Edgecombe is the more likely pick.
Well, and that takes us down the road of a trade back. If you're at 3 and you got all these guys, I mean, you like Edgecombe. Some people say Bailey. You said Knippel, who is a guy I like too. I like Trey Johnson. I mean, I'd love to get him, but do you take him at 3? Does Philadelphia scream trade back candidate?
I mean, certainly, from the standpoint of number one, that they're kind of trying to balance, having this young core that's going to be built around this draft pick and Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain, is along with the desire to win now after the offseason that they had, and with the hope that Joel Embiid can get back healthy this season. And then the other aspect of it is, and I alluded to this earlier, in Maxey and McCain, the two guys you're thinking about as your long-term pillars are both undersized guards. Edgecombe has very good size for a guard. Knippel, if you're thinking of him that way as well, but it is probably a little easier for you to think about having another, this important draft pick invested in yet another guard if it's coming at, the 4th or 5th pick and you're picking up, some sort of veteran help that might help you this season.
We're talking with Kevin Pelton, ESPN.com, NBA writer, and, of course, the NBA draft lottery is last night. A lot of people, you got to move Embiid, you got to move George. Do you, Kevin, see them with any value?
I certainly think there's scenarios where Embiid in particular could have value. If he does manage to get back to what we saw 2 seasons ago, that was still one of the NBA. I mean, the NBA's greatest per minute scorer since Will Chamberlain. So I don't think that's unrealistic, and I do think there are some teams that are in tough situations that, if you made Joel Embiid available, would talk themselves into it. But is that going to be enough to outweigh the possibility of you being able to do that in Philadelphia yourself? Probably not. With Paul George, I think, given his age and his contract, you're probably looking at sort of a my problem for your problem situation. Again, that's a feasible thing. If you called up the Phoenix Suns about, I'd have to double check that George's salary fits with Bradley Beal given the second apron restrictions on the Suns. But, that's the kind of conversation that I'm sure they would entertain. It's again, what would be the point in doing that for Philadelphia other than change for change's sake?
You take a look at, you mentioned a lot of the guys in that 6-7 range. If you move back into that range, what likely offers, what type of offers, do you get a player and a pick to flip? I mean, is there something intriguing if you're Philadelphia that you would be able to at least listen to?
I think probably so. I mean, we don't necessarily see a ton of trades like that in the draft. You could think about, and usually they're more pick-based, you can think about when Dallas came up from 5 to 3 to take Luka Doncic, and Atlanta ended up with Trae Young out of that deal. There was, I think, some cap relief for the Hawks, but then the main part of that was getting a first-round pick from Dallas that turned into Cam Reddish and didn't ultimately help Atlanta that much. But that's usually, I think, more the way it happens. But, you know, is there the right veteran out there? I think it's plausible that, and certainly the kind of conversation that, knowing the Sixers front office and how active they are, that they're going to be having between now and the draft.
Also, you take a look at the potential of teams calling you. Are you interested in a Maxey and a third pick to do something and change the complexion, or is Maxey in your mind something you're not interested in if you're Daryl Morey?
Depends what the something is. I mean, you know, in a scenario where Dallas was interested in moving down from 1, not that that's realistic, but like obviously you'd consider it there. If you're getting someone who is a clear franchise centerpiece now and going forward, you know, you'd consider it, but otherwise I'd say probably not.
So you like to keep Maxey, you like to keep possibly McCain. What do you think about Quentin Grimes in this whole thing? Does he intrigue you?
For sure. I mean, he's someone who's intrigued me back to, you know, the first half of the season in Dallas and how well he played for the Mavericks before he got kind of crowded out of the rotation by the downstream effects of the Luka AD trade. That just kind of adds to it. I mean, I think he's got more ability to slide down and play small forward. And you know, if it's him and VJ Edgecombe playing together with Maxey, you know, that's a group you can totally get away with size wise, and I think, you know, have the versatility to defend most wing duos in the league. So, you know, he's still very much in the mix. Now, the one interesting piece of this is, you know, the Sixers have to manage their own luxury tax and second apron situation. And as glad as they are to move up to number 3, it is a little bit more expensive next season than having the 5th or the 6th pick. So that could come into the calculations at some point.
You got a lot. If you're Daryl Morey right now, do you feel like you're in a good spot, or are you in a spot where you have a possibility to make a lot of mistakes?
I don't think Daryl's ever going to look at it that way. That's for sure. I think I would say, given how horribly everything went last season, the Sixers are in a remarkably good spot given that. And, you know, this is why you lottery put protection on picks. The fact that they were able to keep this pick and not send it to Oklahoma City is a huge win for them. And look, in the midst of everything that did go wrong for the Sixers, there were some bright spots with Jared McCain prior to his injury, with Quentin Grimes after the trade deadline, and those help you feel a little bit better about your future.
Kevin Pelton, ESPN.com. Now, you know, you've worked with NBA teams. Morey is a very polarizing guy. The fans here, they think he should have been fired. He has had one losing season in his career. Do you think that the Sixers should have moved on from Morey, or do you think he's the right guy for this situation with the 3rd pick, with the situation that they're currently in? Did you look at them and say, I think they're going to get rid of him, or do you think, no, this is the right guy to get them back on track?
So I think the one thing you can really reasonably critique is the Joel Embiid extension and what they sort of knew about the state of his knee, because, you know, that's a long-term commitment, and obviously things went south in a hurry in terms of his ability to even be on the court, let alone contribute at a high level last season. But the other moves they made, look, I graded Philadelphia's offseason an A. pretty much everyone else had them a winner of the offseason. It's easy to know the right moves once everything is already played out. I think from the standpoint of, what we knew at the time, the Sixers made moves that pretty much any other executive in the league was going to make in that same position, and it just didn't work out. And that would be, a mistake to move on from someone because of that.
All right, Kevin, obviously they got a month or so and change to make this decision. I would imagine you think a lot of teams will be calling the Sixers. Do you think they will have a lot of decisions to weigh?
I would say not a lot of teams will be calling the Sixers because they won't need to, because the Sixers will proactively be making those calls.
Good stuff. Kevin Pelton, everybody, ESPN.com, kind enough to join us here, and we'll get more draft coverage as the NBA draft, June 25th. You can hear it right here on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks for having me.
I like that answer at the end here. They won't need to make. They don't need to make the calls because the Sixers will proactively be making phone calls. All right, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform, YouTube. We got a huge group of people watching the show today. We appreciate everybody watching, tuning in. If you're watching, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the like button, hit the repost button as we get you out of here on this Friday. Bet365 play of the day is coming up. We'll do that for you. What is on the docket? No Phillies tonight. I know there's no Phillies tonight. What is the NBA? You got Pacers, Cavs, right? Oh, you got the Nuggets and the Thunder, too. That's 2-2 now. Thunder back home. Indiana leads 3-1. I think Donovan Mitchell says he's going to play, so we'll get a couple of thoughts on those games. And by the way, the breaking news earlier today, Jason Tatum, torn Achilles, done for the season. So it looks like the Knicks are going to move on to the Eastern Conference Finals. Probably again. Think about this. Knicks, Pacers, Cavs. One of those three teams is going to be in the NBA Finals. Who would have had that at the beginning? Well, maybe some people thought the Knicks had a chance to get there. Pacers, Cavs? Maybe the Cavs. I don't know about the Pacers, but the Pacers are up 3-1. So it could be a old school Reggie Miller Knicks type of 1990s feel to the Eastern Conference Finals. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, 5:53. Get ready to get out of here on a Tuesday night. Got a couple NBA plays for you tonight. The Bet365 play of the day. I like the over tonight. Pacers and Cavs. I have a feeling that it's one of those games where maybe the Pacers win this thing and end the series. 231.5, kind of a blowout feel. Possibly the Cavs are favored by 8.5 in this game. I kind of like the Pacers with that number as well. But I'm going over as the official play for you there. Pacers, Cavs, over is the play tonight for the Bet365 play of the day. And don't forget, what's my record on this now? What do we got here? I didn't give you a play yesterday.
No, you gave us a win on Friday, so you are 163, 109, and 1.
I like that record.
I'm sure you do. You'd like it better if you actually listen to your own picks.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of games, man. It's a lot of games. I've given out like 300 games this year. Can't play them all. But I would be 50-some games over 500.
Yeah, you'd be 50-some games over 500, which means you would be in the plus.
Yes. All right. By the way, no Phils tonight.
What are you going to watch?
Good question. What am I going to watch tonight? No Phils. I'm not into a show right now. I don't know what I'm going to watch.
Did you see the trailer that came out for the Kingdom coming out this summer to ESPN Plus?
The Kingdom?
So they followed the Chiefs all year.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I did see that.
Thinking they were going to three-peat, and then it loses. And the trailer shows all the Chiefs walking off the field with the Eagles confetti coming down their heads.
Very cool. No, I didn't see that. I don't know what I'm going to watch. We haven't started anything new. Maybe we'll look for something tonight. I got to check that out. No Phils, though. Doubleheader tomorrow. By the way, the big news today, Pete Rose has been reinstated. He is now on the Hall of Fame ballot. That has been, 50 years. It feels like coming. What's he? He died at 83, so about 40 years, right? I mean, he played into his 40s. All right, I'll be back tomorrow. We have Stump the Sports Geek tomorrow. Stick around. Game night is up next.